Okay, finally, we're here. Let's go. Welcome, guys. How are you guys doing? Yes, good morning. Yeah, we got a sub from MacArthur earlier. Thank you so much for 2 months. We're gonna do some Necro now. I set it up last night. It's like ready for blasting. The badass Sorc skin. I'm doing good, how are you? There you go. Hi, YouTube as well. Let's see how this Necro will fare. I think we are good, right? Okay. They don't want to change anything here. There's like nothing else to take, right? Considering 10 corpses grants the unstoppable for 2 seconds. Incredible. Okay, I mean, we're doing like, I don't know, 70? 69? Nice. I'm doing Sorc, starting a fighter, see how it plays compared to last season, and then flying for ball lightning. Yeah, that's exactly what I've done. Hider was really nice to start on the Sorc. Okay, stuff is like absolutely getting melted. I wonder how much I can get away with not casting and just running. And I think I might have to use the teleports anyway a little bit. But there's like a cooldown when you can teleport. So it's like you have to get into the rhythm of 2 casts, teleport, walk, 2 casts, teleport, walk. I think this is how I do it. Now we're actually kind of zooming on a Necro. Unbelievable, but true. These are 90-second runs. What Spiritborn build I'm going for? Well, I've played a lot of Razor Wings. I'm gonna do a bit more just to like farm a bit and because I like it. And then we're basically gonna do like a round 2 for all of the Kappa builds. once Beast Corner fixes out on Tuesday. Okay, this is going very easy. The best Harker build this season for a new player. Polarize, I'd say. Beat Fist of Fate pants, the Necro gloves, and a better amulet. Switch item with the Gamba. I don't think you should do Gamba, especially when you need that many. You do the Chaos Rift farm. Like, gambling Chaos items is like not happening really. Maybe if you like farm a lot of pit and need like one item. I should do the proper Chaos Rift farm. Oh my tool bugged out here, what the fuck. Core skill and amulet gamble. I mean, amulet is basically what I gamble most of the time anyway. Because there is no unique amulets that you wear this season basically. Everything else basically is unique. Gambling for chaos armors is almost impossible. So yeah, amulets can be like such a huge upgrade when you get a good one. It's basically what I gamble all the time. City is pretty decent for amulet, passive skills. Yeah, when it doesn't bug out. I think in party it tends to bug out very often, but I think solo it's fine, but then it also costs 4 times. I'm not sure how often it bugs out in party, but it definitely happens. We should probably go up. This is the Shadow Blight build for Maxroll. I think Macromators. Yeah. I did like some slight tweaks. Morning. It's 575. That brings me to like that one shot here anyway. Anyone tried the new Red Bull Winter Edition? I haven't. That build doesn't have decompose. Yeah, he was running with Corpse Tendrils, but I mean, ain't nobody got time for that. It's like good for the higher tiers or something, but I'm not really planning to do any kind of higher tiers here anytime soon. I just have an extra like shadow skill basically, darkness skill. So I get a bit more damage from Reaper's Pursuit. And I don't have Litter's Wall right now, we have Cursed Aura. So I don't have to curse anything. I don't have to use the hum bot. Because I have to do 4 casts to get a rock. Which again, in slightly slower content is totally fine. But here, like, I don't have time for that. So we're just running and everything is like, just exploding basically. So... So I don't have to do any kind of cursing. I'll show you what I will do with my rune setup. Ah, that's how strong is this. I have like no glyphs. So my items also need optimization.
The spirit vassing that. Well, hello, shining beauty. Vassally. Hello, shining beauty.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
That's sort of two times the same dungeon. Okay. Not in the mood for Chaos Roots right now. Let's farm this a bit more. We are going decently fast as a Necro, man. Season 10 Woody Judge thumbnail when? Yeah, I was thinking about making my feedback video like this weekend. So probably gonna record it tomorrow or something. Because I made a patch notes video today. I also have a bunch of builds to cover still. That I've played in the last few days. Maybe I'm gonna like one build first, then a feedback video, another build, and so on. Will I give a try to Northern Beaches patch? I've already played it a bit. But I haven't finished it yet. Morning.
Coffee?
I haven't tried it yet.
Black chocolate?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
That baker was close of yours.
Legendary? And the split is insane, I gotta say. Like, you just walk, things die around you. Like, it feels actually really good as well. Like, it has a nice flow, I think, this build. It looks good. It's great, actually. Wouldn't mind if it becomes like a permanent build. Maybe a bit OP right now. But maybe it was a little bit weaker. Boots? Could have been huge. Boots is my legendary slot here. I have a Cry rune right now for the Vortex, but that doesn't help me at all. The Vortex is smaller than my Soul Rift, I think. So it literally has no purpose. Is there like something I can do? What about the Concealment? Wait a minute. Concealment gives me the Unstoppable, right? Can I actually have permac Ensemble with the Concealment? I need to check the rune. Do I go for a new mouse every week? Actually, I've had this one for like half a decade. And the one before that for even longer. Logitech 502. G502. Can recommend. I think it's better for hardcore Barb or Rogue. I mean, the Shout Barb I'm playing is like literally unkillable. Rogue plays a lot of Beast Corner stuff. So, Rogue is usually a very good hardcore class, but this season it might be a bit monka. With the Beast Corner stuff, if you're not comfortable with that. My Shout Barb, like, literally cannot die. I can RFK in anything. Maybe not in like Belial Breath or some shit, but that's probably about it. With another ability you won't be playing as you cannot stand continual explosion sounds. Yeah, the sounds are definitely odd on this build. I have to say that. But it's very unique. I mean, I didn't expect you to spam this thing 3 times per second, I guess, so there's that.
What's still got some good in it?
The part of the damn thing. In head. Are you strong man?
What are you trying to do?
Open the bottle.
I mean, what are you trying to do with this?
Hmm?
Oh, this was very easy.
What? Ah, because I already got it. Okay. It's a strong.
I know. Just press right click and that's it. Yes. Every time you cast twice, you get a teleport with Sanjar rune. It just has a 1 second cooldown, so basically I do like 2 casts, teleport, run, 2 casts, teleport, run. I have a bit of Soul Rift duration tempered. You can have 10 Soul Rifts stacked up. They last 4 seconds, with a temper it's like 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds. So you need to like 2 casts per second roughly to keep it at max. But for farming like this I don't really need to. A Necro build sheet. I can have exchange chunk build for this build. It's for Maxroll and Maxroll. I don't have a sheet or something. What's that?
Milk. You want some?
No.
Is it fine?
Yes. Thank you. I think I should remove that vortex rune. It actually just gets me stuck for no reason. I robe him. Looks like Nova from D3. A little bit, I guess, without the summon acronyms. And without the struggle on single target. I mean, it's not really like that build, but I guess it does look a little bit like it. Second legendary glyph. Okay, 10% dodge, 6% move speed, and all bonuses of 5 seconds. 40 energy. Unstoppable, 30% move speed. And unhindered. So unstoppable, unhindered, and it lasts for 5 seconds. I mean, the Necros are always complaining that they don't have unstoppable and stuff, and unhindered. But you have this. I'm gonna try it. It doesn't mention unhindered, but I think the tulip is off. Needs 600 though, so it's not permanent. We could do Neo. I could try Neo. I mean, when you take like heavy damage, it will not be up, but that should usually not happen. Let's do an 80. Fuck it. How we got a rogue buffs? I mean, on the pushing end, it's gonna be felt for sure with Orphan Maker and stuff. Hit and run, getting an upgrade is also kind of nice. Yeah, we can walk by enemies now, right? We have the Unstoppable. And it's almost perma. Ah, this is kind of cool. And I'm not even the worst offender, Potiguar. In this Twitch category. Imagine that. This build is Shadow Blight on Maxroll. That makes me chunk build as a link. I did make this setup myself. You can shut off the sound completely, but then you don't hear anything. But yeah, if you're really annoyed by the playing this build and having the sound, I mean the sound is definitely a bit weird. I can understand how people might get annoyed by it. I don't really mind too much. And I have my game volume relatively low for Twitch and for the stream, right? So you don't really hear it much, I guess. At least on Twitch you will hear the music mostly, I think. I hear the game sound a bit louder than you guys, and I hear the music a bit lower than you guys, so I think we should be fine. The two-handed weapons have halved stats, Alera. That's chaos. The flashing is the issue. Yeah. Yeah, I think I should probably adjust stuff like this a little bit. I think they need to like make some system for their skill effects to be like tuned down when they appear too often or something like that. Like you have the same problem also when you play like Crushing Hand with Unrelenting Aspect, and you spam it like 3 times per second. It's insane, man. Like you cannot look at that. Or like same with like Stinger. Jo, Stellarbite. Danke. Someone please bail me out. Oh god. Nice one. I want to see how Quacks will really feel on this actually. Maybe we're gonna do Quacks. Because I have like perma full resource anyway, we're chilling, right? So how much does this cost? 54. And we're generating probably something like 70, 80 per cast. Let me try Quacks. But will have like relatively low uptime, so I don't think it's gonna feel very good. What is the Enigma rune word? So, if bear. It's if, not F. I agree with that, Nathan. I think UI could definitely use lots of help still, and lots of other quality of life improvements. I mean, eventually, I guess. Thanks, Robin. The skill I'm using is Soul Rift with Alter the Balance to make it a spammable core skill. And the damage comes from Shadow Blight, which is one of the key passes. So you hit him a lot with all the Soul Rifts popping. And then Shadow Blight triggers all the time. This does the damage here. It's like similar to other Shadow Blight builds in the past, where you used like, for example, the Desecrated Corpse Explosion. But here we just get so many hits from the Soul Rift itself that we don't need that, and we just run.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hi, Kelly. Hi, Mom. Okay, thanks for the info, by the way. What language is that, Robbie? Hi, Sheeple. Somebody's sending a jar rune. Did he get inspired? Guys, who is ready to log in and do Soul Spire runs on Tuesday, by the way? It will be glorious. What's my highest here? On this build, I have not gone higher. I'm just leveling my glyphs right now. I have like all level 1 glyphs. But this build will... I think it has pushed like into 120 something. This, like even farming like 90s will be no problem with this, I think. Look at this, everything's getting one tap basically. And I'm still not running in quacks that we could run. And I'm actually like, I'm playing like some sort of like speedy setup here that is like somewhat overkill. It could be much stronger, much easier. Yeah, even on a 90, this boss would have died in around 10 seconds, I think. We're gonna up it, +5 again. Let's see. The highest TF cleared this season was 128 on Pulverize. It's a bit slower. Let's stay on 80 for now. 4 years. Single target seems so good on this build actually, it's insane. Kinda makes sense I guess, since like all of the hits go to the same guy. Where when I clear, it actually, I don't think it has any AoE, right? Or maybe it hits a few guys. Up to 3 enemies. Okay. Seven years. Cyrox, holy. Almost 8. And Necro, that bot already? Not bot at all. In fact, I've played all classes now this season. I think last time was season 7. But in season 7 I only did it to do the 150 Blood Wave run. I did a 1 stream, start a Necro, clear 150 and delete the character. That was funny. Oh boy. 10 years, 3 months, holy. Do you have any 11 years? I wonder. My account was created April 23, 2014. So yeah, 11 and a half. Email? Did I miss one? I don't see it. Thank you, Robbie. What about that thing?
Better than starting from nothing. Hello, hello, shining beauty.
Two tiles of blood is actually a very good blood passive, right? Yeah, it's actually very strong. For some of your blood surge, but I mean, there's no chance I'm gonna play blood build or anyone really. I guess we do this real quick. Hello, Sophie. This is two-handed sword. I guess we could also go for two-handed hammer. It might actually be better. You lose 100 additive and you gain 11% more damage per hit. So I guess the net gain should be something like 6-7%, but you also cast a bit slower, I guess. Yeah, these chaos are getting absolutely destroyed actually. I just have to stand there for like 2 seconds. That is very comfy. Because they like auto targets everything. It just destroys them. That's sick. Seven years, and that's a new account. Okay. I didn't make a new one. This is the most fun Necro build at the moment. It's pretty fun. As a Necro, you finally feel like fast and zoomy. This hasn't really been the case for a while. Last time I remember this in like season 2 when I was playing Blood Surge. I mean, it completely outclasses everything else that Necro has to offer, which is a bit of a problem, I guess. But, oh, what are you doing, Robot? Good thing is there's also a very good hardcore build, because you continuously attack while lagging or something. If that ever is an issue. Get a Giga Barrier all the time, 45 all the time. This looks strong. Yeah, this is like one of the strongest builds in the game. Okay, Smiggy, what are you playing right now? Actually spent almost 100k out the side. We can actually pick up something again. Pog. Yeah, I've done some treasure breaches yesterday actually, with some folks. They're kinda nice. Treasure breach dungeons. There's like 10 goblins or something, and you get tons of muds, gold, bunch of legendary drops.
What's left, you ask?
It's another one. No, FX. Okay, back to the bits. The 80s were kinda chill. Making Spiritborn tired of Barb. Spiritborn is really good right now. There's so many good builds. You can probably like, play 10 different builds on Spiritborn right now to like 110 plus pit, if you want. Okay, a bunch of them work very similarly with the Capulaca stuff, but still, there's also other unique builds. And the armory not adjusting your chaos powers is kind of stupid. Mercenary as well would be nice. I'm not sure about the specialization and stuff. Like class mechanic, does it even do that? No idea. Definitely like a half-cooked system. I guess I just have to remember every time you use the armory that there could be something like that missing and you have to check. And once you get in the habit, it's probably fine. Still kinda scuffed. I haven't tried Acheron yet, but I'm definitely open for it. Looks very cool. Yeah, and they gave me like a key and stuff to try it. But this was like right after D4 launch, so no way I'm gonna do this now or like in the next weeks. So maybe in November or something. Where are the tunes? You should go on Twitch for that, Nabi. This YouTube, I can't run music. Monka TOS. If you get Whisper caches, you can open them on alt and level fast, yes. It's a very good way to level an alt. I do this all the time when I make alts. And then even once you are 60, kind of nice to open a few more Whisper caches, because you can also get like timber manuals, and a bunch of items, aspects. And then you can have a good character online in T4 extremely easily, basically. Okay, next run should be the one to make all legendaries. Then I'll have to check my Paragon, there's probably like some scuffed nodes and my glyph radius. Just getting stuck with my teleport here on this well. What the hell? You can just collect the Whisper caches from turn 4 and then open them on alt. You can't go into Torment when you're not level 60 anyway. But there are certain things you do not get from those caches when you're not in Torment. So if your character is 60, you want to at least unlock Torment 1. Because else you can't get like the tributes, like the Mythic Tribute for example. Some other things don't pop out of the chests when you're not in Torment. But you get most of the stuff just fine, like Ancestrals, the Vashan mats, all of the gold mats and so on. Alright, let's see this. There needs to be more decks for sure. We do this. This pathing looks very scuffed. Is that real? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just my main nodes, I guess, at this point. I mean, that's the maximum shadow risk, but I mean, do we really care? No. Okay, I think this is fine. 54 and 54. Let me just double check this. Dex. I got all of them. Alright. So Paragon is complete. Hi, Danny. Paid 110 done with Polaris. Nice, good call. Keep going.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
The most fun Rouge build this season. I had a ton of fun on Flurry. This guy wants to get $4 for 350. Ugh. Yeah, fuck it. Okay. Alright. This guy's getting a good deal, man. How many jars do I have? Not that many because I put them on all of my builds. I only have one, I'm gonna keep that. Okay. Gold. Acquired. Here you go again. What's Jar going for? Yeah, basically all of the crafting runes I sell between 100 and 150 usually. So this is Jar, Bug, and Aeon. I guess Jar might actually be the most expensive because in addition to crafting, you also use it on a lot of builds. I'm not sure though. Bug is for Shroud and a lot of builds on Shroud. Eom is for Shaco, and not that many builds run Shaco, but it's still valuable. But it's not really used in any build, for example, so it should be a bit less. Jar is for Perdition, right? So Perdition is pretty popular. Plus Jar is like important for many builds. Good luck, Kali. Ohm needs to go high. Ohm is for... Is that for Starless? It's for Starless, right? Yeah, I mean Starless is also a very popular item, so... And Ohm is also sometimes used in builds. Well, Stanley? A little bit better. Thanks for the 2 mouse. Yeah, we're getting started here with the Necro and it's been a blast so far. Very nice. This is Shadow Blight built on Maxroll, yes. Do you ever take damage? Not in this game. Mine and Nova's high level the same. I think almost. I didn't actually follow Nova's guide, but I glanced at it and it seems pretty similar at least. EGA shield, man. 23.6% damage reduction. That's actually a lot of damage reduction, man. It's an entire aspect in one stat. Kinda crazy, actually. And you can masterwork this thing up. So it's 15.7, what a number. Like fully masterworked, you can get 42% damage reduction from that. Actually wild. Now if shields didn't suck ass, that would be cool. No weapon temper, no offensive aspect. Yikes. I can't believe that after 6 seasons they still have not added weapon tempers and offensive aspects to those shields. When they made Loot Reborn, they just killed shields. Before Loot Reborn, it was actually kind of thinkable to play a shield. There were builds that were running that, if you wanted, for some extra defense. But these days, like this whole like, okay, you give up like 10 or 15% damage, and you get like 10 or 15% toughness, or 20. Like this whole calculation just like doesn't make any sense anymore because there's no weapon tempers and there's no offensive aspects. Shields are just so fucking dead, it's crazy. And I keep telling them, but they still haven't done anything about it. So I wonder if like anything changes next season when they do temper changes and stuff. It would be nice to have the option to run a shield. Shields or Paladin only, Monka 2S. Nah, I don't know, I want more shields, like for everything. I want Barbs with shields, I want Necros with shields. I mean, Paladin with shields doesn't hurt. Dude, as I'm playing this Necro build, it's kind of hard to play any other Necro build. Or think about playing any other Necro build. But I think we're still gonna try to do like the Reap stuff. That right now I'm not sure yet what I will do with. But I have a rough idea. Rathiel, Paingorger. Some good stuff. Witch Doctors with shields, log in, man. Dude, Witch Doctor with a Storm Shield, spamming Poison Dart, with a Garg and Zombie Dogs. Holy flashbacks. How frequent do we use Potion? In T4 I never use Potion because I'm too lazy. But in the pit you basically just like spam your potions down to 0, and then sometimes press them. Because you constantly pick up new ones from the enemies. Are the runes correct? Bugsec and Neo Jar, or should we swap them? The runes are correct. There's not really many good generators for offering on this Warren build. But Bugsec with like good cooldown rolls ensures that you have Wrath up most of the time, or almost always. In higher tiers you can do Ahu Zek if you want, and then remove Neo Jar and put, I don't know, something with deck. And then you can use the Earthquake aspect for more damage. Mostly change the runes, I guess, for higher tiers. Dual wield shield Barb. Now I'm not sure about that. I don't want dual wield shield, but I would like the option to have a shield on a Barb. Imagine like a game where defenses actually matter. That'd be incredible. Buck, Jar, and Neo Zek. And the problem with Neo Zek is that you don't have any barriers. So it's kind of good for farming to go Neo Zek, but if you ever like fight something, like a boss, you basically never get a proc. And on the other hand, Buck Zek also doesn't proc much on the boss since you barely move. You can try to like swap the two. Can Druid make those wolves do billions? Yes, a lot more than billions. For some reason, I enjoyed D3 endgame way more than D4. Well, one big thing that makes D3 a lot more enjoyable is Greater Rifts are just way better designed than Pit. Like, D3 doesn't have anything in terms of content, but it has Greater Rifts. And Greater Rifts are just like the most polished type of content out there. In like any RPG, I guess. They have been like polished over a fucking decade. And now they're just amazing. But that's the only thing that D3 got. But at least that part feels really good. And Pit is just, you know, a shadow of that. That's kind of the main problem. Will it bring Greater Rifts to D4? Well, have you heard of D4 style Greater Rifts 1.0 called Nightmare Engines? And then D4 Greater Rifts 2.0 Pit? Here we are. This is all we got. And Ambulances used to be the Greater Rift style system in this game. Now they're not anymore, but now we have the Pit, which is literally Greater Rifts, but worse. So D3 is a tiny 17 gig game. I guess so, standards back then was probably still pretty large, no? Greater Rifts Reborn. I mean, they tend to like make something and then come back and fix it later to some degree. So, you know, at some point we're gonna get Pit 2.0. At some point we're gonna get Kuras 2.0. So there's something to look forward to there, I suppose. D3 has the most boring items of any RPG, to be fair. D4s are a bit more interesting, but yeah. Have you heard of Season 11? Mastodon. It's not far in the future. 2 months. Imagine Pit Kuras 2.0 like Soul Spires 2.0. Login. I mean, I would already be happy if they just like fix all the fucking bugs of the Undercity. And then just give us like 80% less tributes. But make them like twice as good. And then they can still think about like putting something interesting in there, like, you know, maybe there's something like the goblins that pop up sometimes. Maybe that would be like, maybe there's an extra floor sometimes that they can optionally choose to go into and there's something there. Or whatever. You know, there could be like some fun stuff they could introduce there. Revert the battle pass changes. I don't think that is happening. Because they do these like IP collabs and stuff like that. So the reliquary does make a lot of sense for these swings, I believe.
Hello, shining beauty. Too bad, friend.
Yeah, the Chaos Word stuff is really good. They need to keep Chaos Words for sure. There's no way around that. Even without the extra juice from the season rep they get from it, I think Chaos Words are just kind of nice to farm. And fun. And without the season reputation, you're not gonna skip everything else for the rifts either. So there's gonna be like a nice extra for what we already got. I heard about the Dolmen Stone Black when you wait as Chaos in any slot. Yeah, it just doesn't work. You have to use the normal. Like any other Paragon board I can choose instead of this corpse one. We have Frailty, Flesh Eater, Sand, and Wither. And I suppose there's nothing. Cardly doesn't work, Hulking doesn't work. Bonecraft doesn't work, Blood Begets Blood doesn't work, Blood Buff doesn't work. Ah, Necro Paragons. We can't do stronger without Chaos Dolmen. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I was expecting they would fix all these Chaos Armors, and I mean, there's maybe some hope that they do some health fixes that is not in the patch notes. But yeah, there was actually no mention of all this Chaos Armors not working, so F. Did you see Adam Jackson interview? Yeah, I read it a little bit yesterday actually. But not all of it. And like any other like juicy takeaways? Mastodon, I think this season is actually a huge shift from what we have seen in the past seasons. Like this is the first time where the game like really feels like it's kind of going where it should be. Yeah, candy bar. Hmm. Has chocolate cream inside too. Did I change on Marco's version? I don't have Lilith's Wall. We have Cursed Aura Boots. And I'm running a Nair rune for Unstoppable and Unhindered. And I don't have Pulp Sandals. Alan Jackson said he would never approve the power creep that Chaos Armor gave. I mean, fair.
Use it well.
He approved the Cringeborn. I mean, Spiritborn is actually a very well designed class, I think. It's been my overall favorite since the expansion launch, I would say. KSI is the kind of thing you do right before an expansion as a fuck it system before you rework the game. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with that. This is like, you know, okay, this is like the expansion pre-patch, you know, Wrath of the Lich King is coming out. Warriors are running around with two-handed weapons. Who cares, right? But here we are, it's season 10. Expansion not announced. Giga nerfs in the expansion, not inside. I don't know. Cringeborn was 1 billion times stronger than the Mighty Throw buff in season 6. But Mighty Throw buff was still very good. And I mean, the stronger part was mostly just to do some bugs, right? There were like 3-4 bugs, and if once I fixed them, everything was okay. Just took a while for them, because they decided not to do it during season 6. Weird, but it is what it is. Barb has been S tier since season 1. And yet, I would say that Barb is probably the historically overall strongest class in this game's history. Which is kind of funny. If you look at the timeline of all seasons combined, and where each of the classes landed, I think Barb is probably number 1. Material and Berserk ripping. Oh man. Can't believe that it did stay for as long as it did. It was season 5, right? In the whole season. Like, first of all, why the hell does Berserk ripping even work with non-skills? And then this like spamming bullshit. Oh my god. Spiritborn still suffers from cookie cutter toolkit. Yeah, a little bit, I guess. They would have to make a few more like utility choices. Like imagine if Touch of Death could actually be used as like some sort of supporting skill. Or a payback as some sort of finisher that they throw into your build. Or something like that. Then you could have a lot more variety on like the Spiritborn setups, I guess. Paragon player is still impossible for known full-time streamers. It is possible to grind it out just fine. If you do it in like one of the most efficient ways possible, solo, you can do it in around 80 hours, starting from 0. Hi, Queenie. Yeah, the biggest problem is that XP just doesn't really exist outside of Pit. But if you grind a Pit, you can get to 300 just fine. Like I'm at 282, I'm like halfway now, nearly. Minus all the setup and gearing and so on, so I'm actually like more than halfway. So if I just like load up my Sorc now, or even this year, this is fine. In like 40 hours, I could be 300. So, before the patch on Tuesday. If I want it. The Paragon out of 1 node per level needs some help. No, I don't think so. I think the Paragon system, where it like barely matters after like let's say 250 or so, is okay. You still get levels just because, but they barely do anything, and I think that's fine. Yeah, this build is really good. Just having the glyphs right now. I just started this like 1.5 hours ago. Now we have all the glyphs at like 70 already. 80 almost. Next expansion, Crusader, 3 times stronger than any other class. Nah, I'm pretty sure they learned a lesson with the Spiritborn and they're not gonna do that again. I mean, whatever new class they introduce is probably gonna be pretty strong because they like optimistically tune it and then they can adjust it later. But I don't think they're gonna do something like Spiritborn where, okay, there's a bug, the class is double dipping, everything is like 1 million times stronger than it should be. And then they just leave it for like 3 months. I don't think that's gonna happen again. It will be even worse than Spiritborn. It can't be worse than that. You pissed about the Druid? Yeah, just in an imprint stampede aspect. My most enjoyable build so far was Razor Wings that season.
Have a wee gamble.
Better than starting from nothing.
Hello, shining. Shame that. Hello. Not a bad pull, that. Hello. Too bad, friend.
'82. Yeah, I didn't watch the podcast, but I read the transcript a little bit about Alan Jackson. Podcast. Good question. Some podcasts. I didn't know it. But then we had an interview with Adam Jackson. Someone linked it yesterday. Was it Pure Diablo? Maybe Pure Diablo podcast. Yeah, I think for the Paragon system, at some point I need to make like a real Paragon update. Like, I don't want to have 300 points. I'm fine with like, 100 points, for example. And then, reduce a lot of this pathing, make the nodes juicier. Like, also the rare nodes and so on, make them actually like a bit impactful. And so on. That'll be fun, I think. Make the glyphs more interesting. We don't need like 20 different glyphs that all say 10% damage, 10% damage, 10% damage. Right? I want maybe 10 glyphs on a class or something, but they actually have a cool effects. So this real quick. Ever thought about a YouTube short series? A short YouTube series where you play softcore for 3 hours at a time and see how fast you can get a character to pit 100. Well, 3 hours at a time. Yeah, I think this would take 2 sessions. Maybe 3. So this will be a very short series. All these points on the Paragon boards. Yeah, I think, a specking Paragon boards is fine. Like, if you have the planner already and you just click the points, it takes like 5 minutes or something. So that's not really the biggest problem, I think. but it's just like not very interesting to do that, right? Like 300 points, like ding 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 ding. It's too many points. I would like less points and like more interesting stuff and a bit of like a choice and so on. I feel like in Paragons there's not really much choices, you know, and they make the system more and more bland. Like every fucking Paragon node is just like 50% damage or 60% damage now, the legendaries. Every glyph is just like 10, 10, 10. And if you're lucky, it's like 10, 15, 10. Or something like that. And that's it. So there's also like that, you know, you just like, okay, you just throw the one in that works for your build and that's it. And it's just like damage, 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 damage. And that's it. Nothing interesting there. Pure Damage is the channel name. Okay, Pure Damage is the name of the channel with the interview of Adam Jackson. Not Pure Diablo. I don't know that channel actually. Like, who's behind that?
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
There is magic in all things. Let me show you. May your road be filled with wonders.
I never mastered my previous emerald. I just noticed.
Better than starting from nothing. There's always next here.
It's a lot of soul restoration. 6.6 seconds. So now we have to do 1.5 casts per second to keep it at 10. That should be very comfy. Let's see it. Also, I want to try Quacks while we're here. How does Neo and Quacks feel? And then I also want to try Sun and Quacks actually. Let's see how that is for me. Just like constantly spam it. But it should be fine, I think. Thank you, Danny. Morning Blue Days. They could reduce the amount of uniques and add some of the power of glyphs. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess like a request for like skill tree rework and stuff would be to just like make all of the, or most of the, like, you know, like build enabling stuff more like skill tree. And like this, you could like reduce a lot of the aspect bloat, a lot of the unique bloat, and make uniques actually kind of cool and rarer as well. Right? If you can actually play the build you want with just the skill tree, then you don't need like 1,000 uniques every hour. Ah, look at that. Like I say, I just have perma Quacks, I guess. You need to go pretty high like this. I want to see how it feels. Yeah, I think all of this like chance to cast twice needs to go as well. Like this was cool in season 4, when they did like the temper reworks. And now we have like another temper rework coming, so I think like all this like, you know, skill specific like weapon tempers need to go. Cast twice, double hit, double damage, whatever. This also reduces the power creep a bit. And it kind of brings builds a little bit more in line with each other again. Because some of them have the double hit, which means you get also double the lucky hit. Where double damage doesn't do that, for example, right? So some builds just have less lucky hit for no reason. Or some builds have more for whatever reason, right? That doesn't really make sense. You can't really do like combinations of different skills in one build. Like there's like one of the factors that prevents us from using 2 core skills at the same time, for example. Like Flurry F or something like that. Or Fireball, Meteor, or you know, some combo I could do. That was actually a thing in the past. I was running Moni Q for Bulwark, and I think Neo Jar for Mobility Agora. And I was running Dark Shot on the bar instead of the rune. Thanks, Stunky, by the way. If you remove the weapon temperers for individual skills, then you also solve the problem of shields being worthless. And you could just add weapon temperers to shields, which is something I've been requesting for like a year, but never happened. But if you just don't have that anymore, then shields also become more valuable suddenly. And then you could also think about doing stuff like add shields to barbs. Why did my resource just randomly drop? I have Sun Quacks. I did not cast anything, and it just triggered Quacks. Interesting. Again. $86. That's my take on the season. Best season so far, actually. And the best time I still had in Season 0, I think. So, Season 0, Season 10, Season 5, I would say. But Season 0 is not exactly a season, I guess. Aerostorms was a thing back at pre-expansion, yes. I think even in Season 6 we had a guide for Aerostorms, but then at some point we removed it. But yeah, it was Aerostorms, there was Andariel's Barrage, Storm Slide, Lightning Spear, Frozen Orb, this kind of stuff. It was fun builds, the Infernal Horde season basically when it came out. I think it was pretty good. And Season 4 was... yeah, also maybe it was more exciting because we got the tempo changes and stuff. And the itemization rework. And then Season 5 was basically an upgraded version of that. But I guess the hype was probably bigger in Season 4. Is Beast Corner viable now? I mean, Beast Corner is played already. It just becomes easier to do on Tuesday. And better. But I mean, a build that runs Beast Cornered still runs Beast Cornered, and a build that does not run Beast Cornered still doesn't run Beast Cornered, because, you know, you don't choose those perks just because. You choose them based on what works for your build. You know, they're very specialized. You can't just like swap them around. What do I actually do when I have 0 resources? I guess I swing my Reap. When you reach T1, what should you focus on? Hell Tides and Pit, I think. That's usually what I would go for most of the time. To try to get the first legendaries, 800 loot, 750 loot, a bunch of boss mods, glyph levels, and then you can, you know, start doing your first bosses on T1 or T2, get your first uniques, and then you're basically in T4. Don't worry, expansion 6 will fix everything, guys. Classic. Hi, Chronix, by the way. How is Rob at 2.2k by just taking a nap? Well, maybe people like watching Rob nap, I don't know. They're doing like 2 million runs here on 88. Pretty good. This Necro build, turns out. $10k overpower damage on Flash Render. Wait, can Flash Render overpower? I guess if Xandi can make it overpower, right? Because it's like a secondary effect. But I think Sun still works for it, probably. Peacecorn will not leave me at 10% life all the time after Tuesday. Well, that depends on how much healing you have. It still drains you, but it drains you 1/3 less now. But yeah, you still need some healing in your build. But 1/3 less drain is kind of nice. And also, even if you don't heal up, you will now get the full resource recovery when you just drain even 1 health. Which is like a big change, because previously you only got the resource back from the drain, based on how much it drained basically. But now it just needs to drain 1 HP and you get a full resource back, 40% of what you spent. And if you have extra resource generation, then you can actually make it so they get all of the resources back. So that's gonna be kind of huge for some builds. Like Kappadeka stuff on Spiritborn, it's gonna go brrr. And maybe some other builds too. Love the perk Brawn over Brains. Yeah, same man, I can relate to it so much. Kind of funny to think that this build is still gonna become at least twice as strong when I equip my different boots. Which I don't have. I'm just cruising for 90, man, who cares? Nice boss fight. Looks like a witch doctor build. Really? I consider dual string with Nini for future seasonal expansion launch prime period. Why? But the projectors are moving in the wrong direction. That's funny. To keep steering 24 just like Rob and his sister. Yeah, I'm not a really big fan of that practice, I gotta say. I mean, there's only one motivation to do that. Any greeters? I mean, I have done, like, you know, like a nap here and there for like a 40-hour stream where I just like, you know, okay, I went AFK like 2 hours and came back and just get the stream running. I think something like that is fine. But I know, like, just being like away for like 8 hours, I mean, just shut down the stream just like a regular person and be done with it, right? So I don't really see the reason to keep the stream running when I'm literally just not there for like a third of a day. It's kind of odd, I think. So I don't really like the idea very much. I also don't think that Nini would like to stream in my stead for like 8 hours. Just so I can sleep. I mean, obviously it would be a lot of money. But this is like really the only motivation behind it, I think.
All finished, are you?
Turn off stream and sleeping? Yeah, I don't know, man. Apparently it's not the meta. I guess I have to go with the times. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I would consider something like when I do like a subathon for like a expansion launch. And I, you know, I try to like kind of keep my sleep as short as possible. I do like, let's say maximum 4 hours a day. And then do this for like a week. And then I just keep the stream running through the night. Like, I think 4 hours is maybe acceptable. When I like intentionally shortcut my sleep. Or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I haven't really made many plans for that. So we'll see when that happens. But I mean, ultimately, it just kind of like dilutes the viewing experience, right? Because people come to my chat, they expect to answer and to get questions, to ask questions and get answers, and I'm just like not there for like multiple hours. And then they might not even realize that. Okay, I can put like a big text and a badge emoji or something. So at least people might understand once they click on my stream that I'm not actually present. But then it's also just kind of like a bad viewer experience, even when they understand what is happening, I think. So I don't like that part. This is very slow. The next step is an OnlyFans account. Dude, Rob2628 OnlyFans. Let's go. In this day and age, having a Cyberphone leaving stream running while you sleep off camera is the norm. Yeah, it's kind of weird how standards have diluted so much, right? Like Cyberphone, like back in my day, Cyberphone meant you fucking keep streaming until the time runs out. You sit there and you do the thing because people fucking donated for that and they sub for that. And then, like, now people just go and sleep. Like, what is this? Where is the dedication? With what right are you taking their money? And then you just go sleep. That's insane to me. Yeah, Nini is blasting. But people still give money. Yeah, it's wild, right? They do it, most likely even knowing that at some point the guy will go to sleep. And I'm like, so where's the Cyberpunk part here? Like, where's the special part about it, right? Why do people do this?
What are we talking about and why was I mentioned?
Someone was asking if we're gonna do a stream, you know, like Rob style with his sister, where you take over while I sleep. And I'm trying to explain.
What if I want to?
Okay.
Okay. Why?
Okay, guys, what
Am I
did she
not
want?
entertaining? Hmm?
You can easily entertain them.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. Make
Yeah, but-
Nini stream for you. No, I'm gonna make him let me stream.
Uh-oh. We want Nini.
My people demand me. Be entertained.
Sleeping is fine when the timer gets paused during that time. That's even worse. What do you mean? Then it's literally just normal streaming. What do you mean? The timer gets paused as well. You know, like the typical streaming is, okay, you wake up, you stream, you go to sleep, you turn off the stream. And then now you just let the stream run. And then, like, what's the difference? You know, I'm still there the same amount of hours.
I disagree.
Okay, then what do you have to say?
I'd say that if people want to watch your sister, girlfriend, mother, whatever stream, they're just gonna watch her or switch to another channel. So what's the problem? Bye.
Let my mom stream. That would be Monka TOS to farm the 100 Belials. Yeah, I mean, the good thing is loot is tradable in this game, right? You can still farm the 100 Belials. Oh, mega lol. Hardcore unique giveaways, imagine the views. Yeah, incredible, I imagine.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Yeah, I gotta say, I have like a huge problem with that idea. But I'll keep thinking about it. Rob turned the streaming model into what Streamer House does. I wonder if Twitch micromanages that. I don't think they micromanage that. You know, it's like the same like for Twitch it doesn't matter, right? There's just people watching the stream, they see ads, Twitch gets money. Like there's no need to do anything from Twitch's side. For Twitch this is good, I guess. And I mean, I guess it's a good feeling to wake up with a lot more money than before when you went to sleep, right? So that's also kind of cool. And you did literally nothing for it. But yeah, I still have like a huge like kind of like moral issue with this whole just let this stream run. So we'll see.
Why you not let me shine?
I mean we can do something like that maybe.
Can I? While you're sleeping over there?
I can listen to your voice in my dreams.
What about
At least I will be in the same room, guys.
What about Barb shouting?
Yeah, don't cosplay bar shouts.
Morals don't pay bills. I second that.
Most don't pay bills.
Nah, he wouldn't watch me. I will change all your transmogs while you sleep.
I know that. That's the main reason why I'm scared.
How about I set up a microphone next to his bed so you can hear him snore too?
Have a wee gamble. All finished, are you?
Yeah, maybe the viewers are just like that much just not giving a fuck that there is like a stream running and there's no streamer there. Maybe it has just become such a normalized feature of Twitch.
No, they just like watching women stream, you know.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that. But why do they watch a stream when no one is there?
They don't. They just leave it open. They just leave the tab open, I think. No one is watching, really. That's naive. We have tabs for a reason. When is our next Sabathon?
Our next Sabathon. Oh, season 11, I suppose.
Chronix, how are you, dear?
Yeah, the big problem is that, you know, once you do this once, and you realize like how valuable it is, then you're gonna be always feeling like you want to do it again every time.
Sorry, do again what?
Yeah, the you know, sleep and let the stream run. And then where do you draw the line? Like, when do I stop this? You know?
Whenever you want.
Yeah, but you basically never want.
Okay, but you seem to forget that chat always have a choice what to watch or not what to watch. So, what's your problem?
Do we give them a choice?
Do we what?
Do we give them a choice?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a monopoly.
It's like crack. Basically, I guess. It's valuable for health, not only for money. Yeah, but you know, like that's the thing, right? I was talking about this earlier with the subathon. Like, you know, you make a subathon, people donate and sub so that the stream runs longer, and you know, you are supposed to do the work. You know, you are supposed to finish the fucking stream whenever it's supposed to finish after people like extended it, right? But then people just don't sit there until they basically fall off the chair. And that is like, it just kind of like, you know, goes against the whole idea. That's the thing. If you do something like that, you know, like, okay, every sub is like plus 5 minutes or some shit, right? And people just go to sleep at some point. So it's like, you take the money and you don't give them the thing.
The wilderness is my home, but this will do.
Thank you, Captain J. We level all glyphs 100. Yeah, on a build that's that easy. I mean, I level the glyphs I use, not all of them. Monka. Then we had to run in and just have like no resource sometimes. With the quacks. Because it just randomly triggers on random bullshit next to me. It's kind of weird. That it does that. Should keep my potion ready for that actually, then I can just cast. I think that's probably the solution. Hey, Bruce, have a good day. Yeah, I have to think about the Sabaton stuff. It goes like so much against my usual like work ethic. It's really tough to come to terms with this, I gotta say. But I'm thinking about it. Now we jam. Thanks, Uncle Matt. Does Twitch even give a fuck if you have someone else streaming on your stream? I don't think they forbid that or anything. I mean, again, like from Twitch's perspective, the more streams are running with more viewers, the better, right? Because more viewers means more ad money for them, so they don't really care about that, I think. And I guess they are probably okay with like the, you know, diluting the viewer experience to that degree. And probably more on the side of the argument of, okay, if people choose to watch this channel, then they can just choose that. Otherwise, they can go watch another channel, right? So from Twitch's perspective, I think everything is fine with that. But from my perspective, it's really hard to accept this. You know, it's really hard to allow someone else to stream on my channel. It's really hard for me to go to sleep and let the stream run, just so I wake up and have more money. Like, this is something I kind of like, I know, I need to deal with, right? Like, do I really want to become like that? And how do I make sure that it doesn't, like, corrupt me? I think maybe if I set some strict rule, like, okay, this can go on for maximum 1 week, and then I have to go back to normal, or something like that. Thank you, sub6565. Hi, Bananas, how are you doing?
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I mean, one thing I could do is something like give back to the community, maybe. You know, maybe gonna do like, you know, like Starforge PC giveaway or some shit. Like the end does it sometimes. So from like, you know, the ad rev, I can at least do that and say, hey, okay, I let the stream run and earn a Starforge PC that I'm gonna give to the community or some shit. Maybe I'll do something like that. think this is a good idea. I don't quite understand why sometimes my resources like insta-fills up like this. Even when I don't cast. Or is it actually just a cast that I do immediately after the Quackspark? I guess it is. But it's kind of weird because I press the button, it goes down and comes back, but I guess that's how it works. Hi, Fiddy. The Barb keeping a 475 rotting Lightbringer when he hits 60. Answer is probably, actually. Although 475 is kinda low damage. It might still be more damage than a 750 or 800 normal weapon though. Rotting Lightbringer is a slightly balanced item. Hello, I'm doing good, and you?
That's the spirit.
Better than starting from nothing.
Hi, Mario. Hopefully not going the way of Patreons like some other content creators do. Wait, what did they do? They put playlist ban paywall on Patreon of producers. Okay. I mean, if this is like the main thing, I guess they have to try to earn money somehow. Like for me, like my playlist, okay, like my playlist is like, you know, enjoyable for the viewers and they come here for the music and stuff, but everyone can just like go and listen to the playlist and stuff. I just made it public and there you go, right? Enjoy. But for me, this is also like really like my bread and butter, I guess. Rank 1 hardcore is effort to A2 launch. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think it's relatively likely I'll do hardcore ZF for the 1.0 launch actually, to try to get rank 1. Rank 1 what? I don't know, but rank 1. Pretty fun build, yeah. That's something for the Spiritborn.
There's something special.
3 2 tides of blood. Oof. Hi, Vienna boy. This is Blood Nova from the free. It kind of plays a little bit like that, but it doesn't really do the same thing or close to it. Spiritborn, Razor Wings, Queenie. Paragon like it, since they're already playing Spiritborn anyway. It's very fun. Mainly Rogue and Spiritborn. I like you. Yeah, actually figure something out here with the Quacks procs. Because sometimes when I cast Corpse Explosion, I can trigger Quacks. And then I'm out of resources. But you just wait for the Quacks procs and then do a Corpse Explosions. You can see the resources going like... Whoop. And then I get my 3 corpses done real quick. Get Flashy done proc. Boston is actually insane on this. This is Shadow Blight build. Treasure Breach random drops. Yeah, it's probably nice up like a 1 in 100 or 1 in 200 or so case. You get a Treasure Breach. Minus the ones that are always Chaos Rifts. Like there's the Chaos Rift sigils they get from Helltide and Ashes. They're forced Chaos Rift. Yeah, Treasure Breach are pretty rare, but I got like 3 this season, or 4. I think that's like good. That's really rare. You do get them, but you know, I don't want to do them too much. Moving up Flurry. That was a very nice build. I played a lot of it the other day. Like last few days, I played a lot of Flurry. Is it hard to gear? Not at all. The main thing you need is ultimate cast, restore resources, tempers. But they don't need to be like very high rolls or something.
See some steel you need? I've been starting from nothing.
Man, this Necro is way too smooth. Let's just keep blasting. All the glyphs are almost 100. Feels good, man, actually. Do I can ball lightning or crackle? I think they're both really good. I haven't tried crackle myself yet. Maybe I will. But yeah, ball lighting was super smooth, very powerful. Can make a planner for the setup. I mean, this is almost exactly the Maxroll guide I have here, so we can just do that. It's linked in the description. Yeah, I'll probably make a video about like Flurry and Shadow Blight soon as well, and then I'm gonna make like a planner with like my tweaks. But it's like very close. I'm doing Meteor, I'm gonna switch a half-bit hider immediately into D4 with ease. Yeah, Meteor is always a build for just the enjoyers. It also struggles with the cooldown despite the Starfall Chaos Armor, even when you combine it with Shaco, because the advanced techniques gives it extra cooldown, so when you have like 20 ranks, it's like triple the cooldown. So yikes. Meteor really is in a shitty spot with this cooldown mechanic, man. They need to do something about this. They need to like remove this fucking cooldown shit. How about that? I mean, okay, having like a big cooldown, meteor, shower, kind of like finisher, would be fun if you could combine this with like, you know, fireball build or something. But this like, you can kind of spam meteor, but not really. And it's always like this weird gap. Like, oh my god, man. Like, can we do something about that? That's Barry guy, holy. Hi, Mr. Bailey's. Spark Bringer. That is exactly it. Good item. Yeah, bro, but that's a nice, which is more fun. Ah. That depends on how try-hard you are. But Death Trap is not very fun to gear right now. Although Ava has been cooking a setup that it will be much easier to play once the Beast Corner change goes live. So we can prep for Death Trap maybe by playing Dance now. What's the song? Dystopia Now. This is Shadowblade Necro. You don't have to do the big circles anymore on Dance. I think it doesn't matter. This is only one button, yeah. Sometimes I press Cause Explosion as well. I feel like I want a bit more nuke. But most of the time I don't. But here on 99s, it's good to also press the Cause Explosion 3 times every 6 seconds. So that you get Flesh Eater. And there's a passive as well, so I get like 50% extra damage, or 60. Since there's not really a reason not to do it. Evade, goat. Yeah, Legion is also very crystals and souls and I think normal mats. These are a lot of stuff. Enjoy, ma.
Enjoy my barbecue.
Yes.
You got very dark.
Mm-hmm.
You want some sauce?
No. Thank you. That is not a Spiritborn build. I think the D4 situation will be next year when GTA 6 launches. I don't think this will affect D4 that much. I mean, GTA will be like a pretty big game and stuff, but you know, this is like so far away from what this game is. I don't think this will matter too much. That's funny, Dyson. But you want the Chaos Armor anyway. Whirlpools, of course, Legion sucks. Legion can be really good if you need materials. Like crystals, souls, it's pretty good for that. But if you play enough and salvage stuff, it's only you don't need it. Like I have done one Legion for the season journey and that's it, and I have a lot of stuff. So I don't really do legions. But if I, especially when I master stuff and you're out, then could be good. Like the verbal cache is still useless. Yeah, but verbals are really valuable. You should definitely do them every time you can. I think they're always worth, even with Whisper, but especially with Whisper. Because of the Ascendance tributes. I mean, this season, okay, Mythics are not that important, and you get many sparks on the thing. But I think just the Ascendance tributes, they drop pretty often. I think they're like a 10% chance or something. A bit late. +4 reap, guys. Holy. That'd be huge. Cope. F. Okay. Too late.
Let's stay only as long as we need to. Have a wee gamble. Hello, well, hello, shining Vasily's ghost. All finished, are you? Use it well.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
What? Why does 40 to 80 become 90 to 180? Oh, what? And why is this 90 to 158? I guess this is the ancestor version, but it's not 50% higher. Best class build for casual dad. I can play only a few hours a week. You can do Evade Spiritborn, Hydro Sorc, Mini Necro, Shadowblade Necro, Wolf Druid, Ravens Druid. Maybe the Shalt Barb. Then I'm about to play now.
One town is as good as another for me.
I mean, if you're playing softcore, you don't need the triple crit life or something like that badly. The Ravens is not super squishy or so. Does the art of the items change even if it's the same legendary? The art is just a transmog. Doesn't have anything to do with the legendary effect. Yeah, no Henesi, you have to temper finality. Hi, Joel, by the way. Yeah, all good so far. I've been working on a Necro. I got all my glyphs almost to 100 in like 3 hours. Kinda nuts. Ah, event. Wait, what is a random butcher doing here? What the fuck? Okay. Seriously. That's the Spiritborn build I'm going for later. I keep playing a bit more Razor Wings, because I like to build, and farming up chaos items. And then once you have all that stuff, we're gonna do basically all the Capellega things. Rushing Hand, Rake, Stinger, basically all the same build. Then we're gonna try a bunch of like payback stuff. Probably. Maybe some touch of death. But yeah, most of the stuff will probably be like after Tuesday when we have the patch. Because the Beast Corner change is relatively impactful there. Best build might be payback again after patch. No, beep, bap, bomb. Thanks for Prime, man. Snail Romero. No, how many people are there at MS? They all got a mythic? That's actually kinda nice. I was assuming yesterday. Moin, Wille. 133 almost, damn, that's good. Are you doing the shockwave stuff or not? So is Shockwave the way? Didn't work out. Without felt better. Okay, interesting. I wonder what's up with the Shockwave stuff exactly. Because like it seems definitely better with Kaiser's runs. What? Still missing one guy. Ugh. Rogue feels like paper after playing in Barb and Sorc. Yeah, it depends which build you're doing. Like Dance of Knives doesn't really generate second wind barriers. And neither does Flurry. I guess Heartseeker is probably fine, but you like always had low HP. I mean, Barb is just unkillable when you have to shout stuff. And Sorc is literally unkillable because of the mana shield bug. So there's that, I guess. Usually Rogue is actually pretty good on tankiness. I guess this season is a bit off. Because both Sorcs and Barbs get super tanky. Can I just like stand somewhere and health out for a few minutes? Yeah, I know about this bug where someone else appears as you in your own friend list. When they play D3 and you're D4. It's kind of funny. Dude, I need like a slash follow command in this game so I can just like go and follow someone. That'll be best. Okay, here's an event. Beautiful event. I'll be up. Wait, this event actually never finishes when you when you don't do anything, I just realized. What the hell? Okay. Good to know. Into this thing. Poor soul. Yes. First betrayed and then abandoned. But this is how it works in Sanctuary. There's another thing I can AFK, which is this. Beautiful. And we have our Maxroll meeting in a few minutes. It won't take that long today. And I'll just like mute and let it and farm a bit here, I guess, over here. So should probably be over in like 45 minutes or something, I guess. I might have to mute the game sound actually, because I think I have the Discord on the same audio track right now. So this is going to be a bit scuffed, but at least the music will be running. No, you guys are not invited to the Maxroll meeting, I'm sorry. Okay. Why not match? I'm not I'm not gonna do that, guys. I'm not streaming the Maxroll meeting. Sorry about that. Okay, chat, we're back. Hello. Oh, now I'm stuck in another Infernal Horde, I guess. But you do what you gotta do, I guess. Good meeting. Yeah, thank you, Artemis. That was pretty much exactly 1 hour. What did we talk about? We just kind of like talked about like how season start went, what guide updates happened. We did a few like template changes when we started the season as well. For example, we have like these build ratings now with like those 5 bars. So we talked about that a little bit and some other little tweaks. The tier lists, just make sure that everything is in order and stuff like that, basically. And a bunch of like, you know, just organizational stuff, I guess. So did I miss anything important in the last hour? I wasn't really looking at the chat too much since I was mostly like distracted with the meeting. Razorwing is S tier now. I'm not sure if we have it in S. But it's pretty good. Razorwing is strong. You like to have like a list that you can filter, for example, easy to gear ones. Yeah, something like that is kind of tough to do, I think, because these guys, these things are not connected among each other. Like we have like a sheet where we like rank these things. But that's basically about it. What build is Spiritborn playing at the moment? My Spiritborn is on Razor Wings. Your favorite build this season? Yeah, for me too. Razor Wings is fun. I don't understand what's wrong, Luna. Healing received only increases the value of healing. It doesn't heal you by itself. So if you have 10% healing received and you get 1000 health, then you get 1100. It's time for the easiest to gear tier list. I mean, the overall endgame tier list does include this as a factor, so I think this is probably okay. Number 1 Pulf. Get a Lightbringer and you blast tier 90. Yo, Inery, drop the shadow, wow. The first time playing D4. There are no builds for that item. This item is like an absolute trash mythic, unfortunately. Like the main mythics that I used are like Starless Skies, Perdition, Shroud, a little bit of Harlequin Crest, a little bit of Grandfather. And the other mythics are kind of dead. The lazy list. Luna, maybe you confused the healing received with like another stat. There's also life regeneration. And there's also like a hit chance to heal. So these things actually heal you. But the healing received only buffs those other effects. Hydra. I mean, Hydra is already the #1 in the overall endgame tier list, so... I'm gonna get a pinch shot off Mega Builds. Yeah, I think at the season start we had that, and then it turned out to just be like worse than spamming it, but maybe now it's gonna come back. We didn't talk about that specifically. But we did talk about like generally like Orphan Maker being pretty impactful, and we're gonna have some rogue S tier pushing builds now. Fog. At least the Heartseeker Force Arrow combo I think is gonna be a thing. That's the list. Nice, Chris. Yeah, they made like some uniques way too powerful, right? The Hydra Neck, the Lightbringer. So these items are just crazy. We had this at the start as well, Fractured Winterglass. Fractured Winterglass was always like my example of an item that is just like too good. It's too much power in one slot. And they did nerf it a bit, and it hasn't really seen that much play, but it's still a very strong item actually, just by itself. It's just that Frozen Orb is generally not a big thing right now. And something like Lightning Spear was just played better in other ways. Dude, all these runs here have been going surprisingly well, I have to say, on this Barb. Here's the last of Horde. We're gonna go back on a Necro after this. Then enough Barb now. Well, food and Maxroll meeting. Just whirling around for an hour in the Hordes. And we got like over 1k, easy peasy every time. I wasn't even paying attention that much. Just holding right click. We gotta last long. Yeah, it's gonna be a long stream again today. We had 5 hours now. We have like another 9 hours to go or something like that. Lasting. And I guess the Spiritborn is like the last class where I really have to like farm chaos items right now. I've actually gotten like pretty good stuff for all of the others. Not like the perfect best in slots for everything, but it's overall really good. Like all the builds I've been working on, they're kind of like set up really nicely. But yeah, Spiritborn I have to invest a bunch of time, but I have already a bunch of items lying around. I have some Sepazontex, Capeleka and so on. So I might be okay after a bit of grinding. He said damage buff wasn't a buff that the weapon needed rather than quality of life buff. Yeah, I agree as well. They should have probably done like some change on the reload mechanic to make it smoother and so on. I only tried to Orphan Maker briefly. But it's not the same as like the reload in like Path of Exile, for example. The crossbows in Path of Exile feel really good. And I think it also just has to do with like the visual and audio feedback that you have from reloading in PoE 2. You know, like you see the character, you know, put in the bullet and there's a sound and, you know, you can interrupt it with a dodge roll if you want and then it does it afterwards and whatever. And like in D4 you don't have that, right? It's just like there's like some weird cooldown on your shot and that's it. And you don't really know exactly when it's gonna be ready. Yes, move. Thanks, Tom, by the way. Thinking up our volume again a little bit. How have you been, Tom? Thanks for 40 months. Sorc is the best speed farming. I mean, Death Trap is insane once you have the full setup. But yeah, generally it's Sorc because of perma teleports. Also, like, Sorc just gets online super easily this season. You just get a Flicker Step Chaos item and you're blasting, basically. Can do a quick whisper stuff here, I guess. Enjoying D3 at the moment. Okay, I see. What are you playing there?
Have a wee gamble.
GA attack speed, GA res. I'll save that thing.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Yeah, I played the new Titan Quest 2 chapter already a bit, but I haven't finished it. Maybe I'll do it later. I want to at least play through it once. My character is pretty fast, so I guess I might continue it. Blast on everything, all sets. Oh boy, okay, good luck. All sets is a lot. Initial impressions? Yeah, Titan Quest 2 out there is pretty nice. Oh. Ancestral Chaos Cache. I wonder if it's gonna have more than one Chaos item, or if it's gonna have at least a guaranteed Chaos item or so. These caches have them sometimes, but not necessarily always. Necro time, guys. We already have our glyphs almost at 100, so we've been blasting here. Wait, I forgot the Chaos Rift dungeons. Anytime a Sorc is strong, people just want it nerfed, but anytime another class is strong, it's just this class's turn. Yeah, I mean, both of these are kind of like not great arguments, I think. Like, it shouldn't be like any class's turn or something like that. They should just try to like overall find a good balance of the game across all classes, right? And that's like the goal they're striving for, and it's kind of fine that some classes are, you know, a bit better at certain things and a bit worse than at other things. But I think one issue that the game has is teleport. Teleport in general just makes the game too speedy and sets the bar too high for what a build needs to do in terms of pace. And it kind of just kills like half the builds in the game because they just cannot go that fast. Even if they have the mobility, you have like a setup and you have to do like a combo and like all the stuff just kind of like disappears. So we have to play builds that don't rely on combos and setup. So you can just like one-shot the entire screen in order to be somewhat at the same pace. And like this, like a lot of the game goes missing, a lot of the gameplay and the fun of playing a build, right? Like back in the old days, you know, we played around stuff like, you know, Calls Tendrils and like pulled them together and then you nuke them down by positioning yourself in the right place with a bow and spear and whatever, right? And none of that happens anymore. So like builds have become more bland to play and the gameplay loop has become worse because the bar of speed is so high. And that's kind of a problem. So Sanja again. No quacks. I mean, my glyphs are fine, right? 99, 91. It's kind of whatever, so let's do a bit of dungeons and see how that feels. How's the hell tide here? Can do this maybe to start. What if we had multi-shot? I mean, people have been waiting for multi-shot for 2.5 years. At some point, guys, you're gonna get multi-shot. Was it both get ranks, the Malice and Frigid? You don't necessarily always have to go for this. Something like an attack speed roll is also okay sometimes. You know, like Dex, one passive, and an attack speed, for example. Multi-shot is a D3 Demon Hunter skill, which is like the most beloved skill in the entire game of all time. It does not exist in this game. Which is blasphemy. Good fight.
It is done.
I mean, most of my amulets don't have double passives. So I almost always go for like main stat, movement, passive, or main stat, life, passive, or main stat, attack speed, passive. So this is like attack speed is like a relatively decent compromise most of the time. In some cases can even beat like a shitty passive anyway. And there's a lot of rifts over there. Try to catch them before someone else does. Watch out, gifts opened, okay. And usually I don't find Chaos Rifts here in Southern Harazar. This is nice. Speaking of the free, is it worth getting into? It's a very good game these days, but not very active anymore. Like it has, you know, not really received any updates lately, and probably won't anymore. But it is, you know, a fully developed game basically, and very fun for especially the season starts. A lot of people like, you know, just log in and blast a bit. PGA ring here. D3 is also like the easiest RPG to get into. It's a very low complexity game. Yeah, they still do seasons every few months. They basically coincide with like the D4 launches, usually like a little bit ahead of D4 launches or a little bit after D4 launches. Scroll. Can I catch this Blood Maiden? It's hardcore in that game. Not really hardcore, because there's cheat death mechanics. Exclamation mark build, Matachu. Yeah, cheat death means you don't die when you die. Like the elixir used to be in D4. Der Mr. Lama equivalent of D3. I mean, there is some people that only play D3 because they don't like D4 or something. But there's no one who's like big like Lama who does that, I guess. Maybe the closest to that is like Oogie Boogie or so. But yeah, I mean, Lama is actually like a big streamer, right? But there's no one who's big who's stuck in D3. So I mean, I played for the season starts and, you know, maybe some other streamers, you know, maybe Dotmon logs in, maybe Rax logs in or something for like a day or two. But there's no one who's like really sticking around all day, every day. I'll save this ring just in case.
See some steel you need? Better than starting from nothing.
Would I recommend D3 or LE as someone who hasn't played both? I mean, LE definitely has a better chance for a future. D3's future is, you know, blast for a weekend and leave, and that's basically what everyone does. And fewer people will continue to do this. But I guess D3 is probably more fun for the time spent when you only play a weekend. But yeah, I mean, that's Epoch at least has a bit of like a, you know, there's something coming, right? And there's, you know, hype from all over the place for a new season and so on. LE is very fun. I like LE a lot. I would definitely invest more time into LE myself than in D3. Because there's things to learn and discover and like new stuff to try and new content. Oogie has 9 stats left to clear 150. Nice. Yeah, this season is like very easy. It's probably the easiest season to do all stats 150. Soul fire, soul shards with the ring of fire is insane. So like that you can kind of like cheat your way to 150 with like pretty much any build. There are so many variants. Check the Maxroll guide. What's this build called? Shadow Blight. Why Oogie doesn't? Why does he not want to play D4? Yeah, maybe it doesn't feel like it's challenging enough or something. I mean, Oogie is like an absolute Giga Chat blaster. He's probably looking for some more exciting stuff. And like the pushing, for example, is not really a thing in this game compared to D3. Should I take the ritual down there? This build should be buffed next week. The holder setup, but Maxroll not the same as other sites. Well, then I can only recommend you to go with the Maxroll one. If it's different from other sites. Because our buffs know what the fuck they're doing. I think Snail has cleared like 118 or something with Hoda on like day 3. Or something like that. He's like pretty high clear. Hi, Blue Skies. How far does this Necro build go? It's like mid 120 or something. There's no 150 builds this season. And hopefully never again. Although, the Spiritborn are gonna get close. The way this looks. Yeah, I mean, as I said, if like there's vastly different setups that you find between different sites for like your Hoda build or any build, then I know which one to choose. The Gambled Trout. That's sick. You need an ancient chest for 2 attributes you can add. Wait, what? You just said you have a shroud. What do you mean? What other chest do you want? These guys are different from the Maxroll guide. Yeah, I just can't be bothered with corpse generals. That's mostly it. And I put a Nair rune. I have Neo, Nair, and Sanjar. And I have Cursed Aura for the curses on the boots. No Lidless Wall. Nice, Cookie Monster. Sick. Why gloves got blocked? Imprint them with something else. Stampede if you're playing Ravens. They disabled the Wild Witch aspect until Tuesday because it's bugged right now. You can play it without Shroud, yeah. You might need slightly better tempers for resources on the rings, but it's not hard to hit them. You can put some random Chaos Armor there. Like if you have like Litter's Wall plus Ebon Piercer, I only have Ebon Piercer right now. And Fists. So you can also put a Litter's Wall. Well, I don't know, I mean this build is so powerful, you don't need Perdition and Shroud to, you know, blast through everything anyway. Like I'm actually one-tapping T4 bosses, so this build is like super overkill. Where's that goblin? I saw a goblin here. $120 hours in and no mythic that's usable. Holy. Have you tried the season rep farm? You can farm mythics really fast. Yesterday I crafted like 15 mythics or something. And that was from like the previous like 2 days of grinding season rep. Then 50 million gold down the drain. Well, I did get a crit petition and a cooldown Shaco. Back to back, actually. So that was pretty sick. 750, well spent. And I got some other, like I basically have every single like version of Mythic now that I want. So I was missing exactly those two things. Back-to-back Andariels, oof. You're gonna be very healthy at least. UGA neck. Int and attack speed. It's basically what we run already. We could try better tempers on this. We also have life that we may not really need. We have perfect tempers pretty much though. We'll see, maybe I'll change my mind.
What's still got some good in it? It is done.
Another Ancestral Chaos. Who did I play first this season? Polarize. Or like day one. And then I did a Hydra Sorc. Then we did some Ravens. Then a bunch of other stuff. Oh, I did not actually enter the room. Wait a minute. Let's just put a thing there. These treasure rooms are pretty juicy. Yeah, I dropped the House Tendrils and Trails. And just put another Darkness skill for more damage. I don't want to deal with Corpse Tendrils. I can put like my adjusted planner. I can make one. Won't take long. Bug rune, noise. Actually, as well as this is useless. I have these points in there. We don't do damage with this. Maybe let's do like the extra essence. Does it matter? Actually. It does not matter, right? In fact, it makes it harder to fill. So what do we do? Can do this. Yeah, it's like literally nothing. What about this, yeah? They deal less damage. More slow. Just put the points in deck crap. Guess it doesn't matter.
Like a true warrior.
And we had to randomly get these like royal gems here. What am I doing with those? Should we start getting close to 100? I mean, at some point when you're kind of geared up and you don't really need much anymore, then yeah, you farm pits, get the Paragons, and while doing that, you get your glyphs up. Even if you farm like, you know, tier 69s or something like that, you can already grind up your glyphs with like 4% upgrades, 8% upgrades, and so on, all the way to 100. Depending on which tier you farm and how fast, it will take you like 1, 2, 3, 4 hours per glyph. So you can kind of slowly grind them up. Or you push them. I mean, if you want to do it at high tiers, like 90 plus, 100 or something, then you can very easily get your glyphs up in like no time at all. But if you're planning to farm a bunch of Gorns, then you get them anyway. Nice. Don't look so serious. Am I looking serious? Maybe when I was looking at the planner, Queenie? I mean, planners is serious business. What can you do? I have enough painful hearts for 800 zero blood to do it. Yeah, it's a lot of hearts. Yeah, I was thinking about just like one hell tide is gonna like summon Blood Maiden non-stop. I need like an even stronger AFK build though. The Dust Devil stuff is not enough to kill the Maiden instantly. Maybe if I adjust it a bit, I could like stand exactly where she spawns and she would die. I could try that. And just like, you know, put in the hearts, go again. It's all Zir blood, but I mean, oof. feel like I'm getting so many random legendary rune drops, it's kind of wild. Spend 70 hearts, got 4.3k cinders. Nice. That's right.
My hammer sings. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Do have to say this Necro StarCraft transmog is pretty badass. I like it a lot. This is a StarCraft transmog. Which, by the way, you will have a chance of winning if you participate in our hardcore SSF event next week. So get ready, guys. We're actually gonna have 2 giveaways of all StarCraft sets and mounts. Oh. Yeah, so I asked Bloodshed, and Blizzard is actually gonna throw in a few goodies. And Chronix has his partner code still. So he has one of the sets and the mount, and we got one from Blizzard again. And also a bunch of battle passes and a bunch of other small stuff. So we're gonna raffle between the participants in the event. I use that as well. First of all, you need to have it. Second of all, if I had it, I would remove my boots. And I don't really want to remove my boots, because that means I have no movement speed in town. I have no soul restoration, which is very comfy. We don't have evade charges, which is mildly irrelevant. But I would have to also change my rune setup to now have a curse, which will most of the time not trigger before enemies die anyway. where Curse Aura will usually apply the curse, which gives me the damned multiplier and the frailty multiplier, and effectively nearly the same damage as that as well. In very short combats. And it's just very comfy, turns out, to not play Lit as well.
The spirit. All finished, are you?
And when it's Ebon Piercer versus Lit as well, which is actually the consideration I had to make, I think Ebon Piercer wins because it just has more damage and fixes your movement and rest at the same time.
All finished, are you?
What's still got some good in it?
What the fuck are you saying, Ma? What is that? Kind of wild, but sometimes you just walk into a dungeon and there's a warp buff from like a random monster. Sick. All my 4G AKS armors are Mother's Embrace. I don't think I've gotten a single 4G AKS armor actually this entire season. I've gotten a 3. I remember one 3GA. But yeah, it's always Mother's Embrace when in doubt. Okay, Spooters from the Shrine. It's gonna be a lot of warp here. Seems like there is a bit of like a cooldown of something. How fast warp can drop. You see this? Like I'm definitely killing like, you know, 15, 20 per wave here, so it's like 200 kills or something at this point. And I didn't get like that much warp. It seems like not every monster drops warp. When you kill him too fast. Liam Neeson, nice. I'm trying to make a Firebolt Sorc. Any ideas for Chaos Armor? Lucent, Pain Gorgeous, Flame Weaver, Locran. I mean, you're probably not using Mana Shield for this. So you're probably gonna do Beast Corner at low life. So Locran doesn't make much sense. Also, it's a dot build, so Locran definitely doesn't make any sense. Lucian is fine. Okay, Lucian plus Shard for Waffe, it will cost quite a lot, so maybe you want to do Mana Shield. But Beast Corner is pretty juicy. Yeah, you're probably gonna go Perdition. I saw people do like a Vox Omnium with Frostbolt or something. So apparently that's a thing. But this doesn't work with Firebolt because they were using the crit overpower season perk. And you don't care about those things on the Firebolt. Yeah, you definitely want to try to get Lucian in there if you can. Pain Gorgers, I'm not sure if that helps a lot with Firebolt. You need the Flame Weaver glove anyway, so that is kind of locked in. So it's like Shroud, Perdition, Flame Weaver, and you have 2 slots. So if you can, Lucian. Is Flame Weaver a chaos item? I'm not sure what would be the last one, but Loken doesn't seem very useful. Why Shroud? Oh, because Shroud is just always big. First of all, if you play Beast Corner, you want alive. The all sorts are nice. Lots of Exile damage and Paragon stuff. Tanky. Look at all the passives. I mean, passives on Sorc are huge. You know, Mana Shield. And then all of the offensive, like, you know, there's Glass Cannon, there's like, you know, the burn stuff. There's so many things. Like Shroud is usually like between 50 to 70% damage, depending on class and build. Plus good defensive value. So Shroud is OP.
All finished, are you?
Actually, a Cornet might help a little bit with the resources. But it's not really a chaos armor you want to go for. Stardust also helps with the resources. Fist of Fate could be something actually. Fist of Fate should probably work. So Fist of Fate, Flame Weaver, Crown, Stardust, Shroud, Perdition. And then, yeah, something like Adaptability Neck. Maybe Moonrise Ring. And then you have like a main head offhand where you can put some other stuff. Like Stormswell, Shredding Blades or something. Just played Lunging Strike and Polarize. What to try next? Something fast. Well, anything on Sorc basically. Hydra, Ball Lightning. If you wanna go very fast. Otherwise Spiritborn or Rogue. There's Flurry, Dance. Death Trap is gonna be pretty nice after the Tuesday. Spiritborn has a bunch of good stuff. I like Razor Wings a lot this season. Evade. The Solar stuff here is also pretty nice. Very powerful. Very chill. And we also do 90-second runs with this actually. Playing Death Shop right now. Yeah, Death Shop after Tuesday is gonna be pretty comfy, most likely. Maybe I'll build it. Since I'm gonna be playing a bunch of Rogue. Could save a few items. Did Eva put it in the guide already, I wonder? The Banished Lords, Beastfall, Boots, Pants. Scoundrel's Leather, Boots. Random Undying Chest. I'll think about it.
All finished, are you? You didn't have been starting from nothing.
I usually never solo the season start. I think last season we did a group session, but this was the first time I've actually ever done that. I like doing the, rush at the season start, it's kind of fun. Yeah, exactly, something like that. And then Chronix DC it right when we're done at like level 59. Oof. Did I count how many damn doors I put in the new dungeons? I did not count the doors. But there's at least one piece of content I've tested where I could not find any doors. Spoiler. The only magic of next expansion will be good. How many doors? It's not easy, man. You just need to restrain themselves from making doors. And the expansion will be a hit. 19k life right now with instance and potion. Storage uses half your essence. Did you have the tempers here for a resource restore? You're supposed to get more back than you spent. And have some leftover for quacks. Which I'm not running right now. If you don't run quacks, then it should be no problem at all. But then make sure you have the resource restore and temper. For ultimate casts. Thanks, Julius. Appreciate that. Yeah, I like Raven a lot. I might play some more just for fun. Maybe we're gonna grind out the 300 Paragon after all. Not that far away. Once I have like a bunch of Chaos Armors that I still need for the Spiritborn, I don't really have anything to grind anymore outside of pits. So I might just like go pit only and get a 300. Just blast Raven. Speed 95s, 90 seconds. Especially if they enable the Wild Rage aspect again. Can fly. Interesting, the Soul does not hit a door, even when I cast exactly on it and target it. Actually, I had to reap it. Good luck, Robert. The fastest hardcore T4 difficult only a starter Paragon board. I mean, that's just gonna be a one tap anyway, I guess. I think it's gonna be very hard to do a one shot with just that. Maybe wait for next season start and then do it. How about that? Might be some cool opportunity to make a cool challenge out of it.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Damn Druids. Indeed. And Druids are ruining their day for any kind of challenge in this game right now. Anything you can think of, Druid will destroy it. Unlucky. Same with the hardcore challenge, but oh well. This is why I'm gonna ban Druid from my wheel. I don't want to do like more polarize. Yeah, Druid is quite OP these days. No. Theon Dradhar. Thank you. Hardcore challenge, shadow items only. Druid's still blasting, I guess. Maybe we're gonna do some meme yellow items only stuff. The build I'm playing right now is Shadow Blight and Necromancer. I didn't do the suggestion I gave for Grizzly Rage. I wanted something very different from what they did. But yeah, Lightbringer, they made basically what I said. I didn't expect them to make it that OP. But okay. I mean, it's fun to play Polarize. I think Polarize is a great build, and you know, if they want, they can keep it in S tier forever. It's good to have something like that. It's just like a nice, smooth, comfy build. Where the hell's the boss here? Okay. Does Sorc auto-consume corpses? No. Press Corpse Explosion for that, but I don't press Corpse Explosion here. I did it when I was doing like the T99s or something. But I don't really press Corpse Explosion ever otherwise. But I can do it when you like fight a boss for like 10 seconds. But most of them don't really live. No imprints or Hulkers F challenge will be fun. I agree. I was actually thinking about a challenge like that, living off the land. No imprints, no tempers. Just drops. No masterwork. No re-enchanting. You pick up an item and you equip it. I guess one thing I would allow would be like gems, I guess. So if you have sockets, you can fill them. I think that would be fine. Yeah, I did it for PvP once. Living off the land, just pick up items and blast. Are I playing Shadowblight, Queenie? Or what? Should we do another PvP session? I mean, you know, if we do like level 1 PvP, then we can also just say any kind of rules like no season powers or whatever, right? We can do that. I'll be up for another PvP session, would be fun, I think. Maybe we're gonna do it on like the last Sunday of the hardcore challenge. I guess most people will probably be done by then anyway, which is like Maybe afterwards or something, or maybe like before then, so I don't know. There is no build that uses Andariel Helm. The rear will have killed me by then. Oh, mega lol. Wings might be the best PvP build. I mean, outside of Firewall and stuff, probably. Pretty close. But he can get damaged by Firewall. And dots in general are pretty strong in PvP. And Sorc has Flame Shield and Teleport, which goes even faster than the Razor Wings. And now you can spawn Firewalls with your Hydras all over the place. So they don't even have to cast a Firewall themselves anymore.
That's the spirit. Hello. Too bad, friend.
Even in T4 we get many blue amulets here. And look at this.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Yeah, I should ask the guys if we want to do another Maxroll PvP session this season. Some fun stuff. I mean, we could also do it this Sunday. Like tomorrow. Why not? Load up level 1 and go. Think there are runes to the Purveyor? No. Three of each class goes up against another class. Yeah, something like teams would be fun. We could make like teams of 2 or something if you have like even number. Doesn't have to be the same class necessarily, but I think that would be fun. But when you have free for all, then you can all hang out in the same voice channel, which is also nice. I mean, you could do that either way, I suppose. If people want to coordinate just through chat or something. Does it also make a group hit push comp? Yes, but you have to include a support druid at the very least. Support druid is the way. And then, I don't know, like maybe a Spiritborn or just double pull or something. I'm not sure what's like the best boss damage. Actually, how's Zandara looking here? Was it Mephisto? Yeah, I mean, there is some room for like Barb support, but Barb support doesn't really add enough value, especially like offensively, to really warrant a slot. I mean, if you have 2 DPS and 1 support druid, then the second support has to at least add plus 50% damage to their party members, right? You go from 3 HP to 4 HP. Actually, it has to add plus 43% damage to party members. It's actually not such a high bar. 50% from the first support, 33% from the second support. So that sounds doable. It's just like Warcry alone does that. Is there any synthwave playlist for me? There is, yeah, you're listening to it. Random helm. What is that? Core skill perdition, okay. That means it grows, Zookster, but it's not what I said. I've not really tried to offer Maker very much. I'm kind of waiting for better days. Which are coming on Tuesday, actually. They're buffing it. But it still seems like it's just very clunky to play. So I'm not sure if I really want to do that. XM's... How do I say this? XM's element? XMC element? In level 50. At level 50, really good to level is Strongholds on normal difficulty. Also gives you a bunch of loot. And then once you're 60, you actually start gearing up. At 50, you don't really care about leveling. At 60 is where the game really begins. And there you do like maybe some Hell Tides, some pits. After you enter Torment 1, you can go from there. Actually easily mastered this. Oops. Didn't expect to come back though. Hold down shift. Shit, okay. Or if you don't have that, then there's like a force attack keybind or something like that. Or hold position keybind. This way you can stand still and attack. This is Shadow Blight build card. Yeah, but on Maxroll. Be a man, use controller. Is controller extremely manly somehow? Interesting. Meeting was good. Yeah, it was. We kind of had like a little like syncing meeting basically. Just make sure that everything is in order with the guides and tier lists and so on. But it was certainly short and uneventful, I guess.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
You wanna play the cloud game on your TV? Yeah, I mean, I've never had a console. I actually got one from Blizzard lately. They sent me an Xbox 2 seasons ago. But I can't really say I've tried it too much. I haven't really had a lot of time for like just later gaming. So I'm not really like a controller gamer. I did have as part of my subathon at some point though to play with controller, and I did. I leveled one character on hardcore with a controller. And then I threw it away. Well, not quite, but I unplugged it and threw it. Yeet. Because there was enough for me with controller. The character or the controller? Character I kept. Xbox moving to $30 is real for them. Wait, what does that mean?
All finished, are you? Well, hello, that's not a bad pull. Hello, shame that. Go one more.
Hellbent Commander. Oh. That could be good for the rebuilds, I think.
Use it well. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
It is very close compared to making alts and not making alts. So turning in on your main is 17% more efficient. But I'm not 100% sure if that is actually true, because when you open these chests on the fresh character, you also get a bit of warp back. And I don't think you get warp back when you do it on your main, besides salvaging the chaos item that comes out of it. So the efficiency gain might be literally just the time you spend muling the scrolls and making the character. So realistically, I was just always make a new character and turn in. You really want Gavlin's Burfer to be better? Yeah, me too. That thing needs to be able to be kept up permanently somehow. The fact that it just doesn't trigger while it's active is just fucking stupid. There's a small amount of warp you get. Yeah, when you do the full rep board, you get roughly 10% warp back. Like 9 or 10% without the salvage, I think. It's quite a lot. So we are good on Heartseeker? No. Although if you don't want to be permanently low life all the time, then you will heal up with that. It's gonna make you very tanky, but it's definitely quite a downside. Yo, Davis, Tony, yeah, thank you. Just make Animal of the Forest always up. It's fine that you have to like trigger it. I think that's not really the problem. It's just the problem that it doesn't, you can't make it permanent or even close, right? Because you can't trigger it while it's up. I think it's fine if you like have to sustain it a bit or something. Maybe make it like relatively easy to get up, so that at the start of the run you're not like feeling super weak or something. But you could also make it some sort of like ramping mechanic a little bit, where okay, maybe you always get those key passives, but then there's like this kind of like ramping up, and maybe it decays stacks, and then you have to build them as you go, or something like that. That could also make it interesting, I think. I want to start a hardcore card again, what should be a good start? That's tanky. Pulverize. Pulverize, or replace something with Mana Shield on Sorc. Mana Shield is bugged right now and makes you basically immortal. Inventory management on controller is way too annoying over mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I can believe that. If they ever make like loot filters and stuff, I guess that could help a lot. Like if you pick up like, you know, 5 items per half hour or something, that wouldn't be such a big deal. Good luck, Greedy. Very easy power creep into making the best helmet. And that's what often I see into all your helmets usually. Yeah. They need to give it something that is like less universal, perhaps. And so, okay, you have like the bear builds, you have the werewolf builds, and you have the human builds. And then, you know, with like not really much of a choice between them. It's just, okay, this is how the build works, maybe. And then you can kind of give it whatever you want, right? But yeah, like one more buff to your key passives, and suddenly Gafflin is like the must-have on everything. Or like, you know, some tweak to the Paragon system. Suddenly Wolf and Tornado stuff doesn't have that many synergies anymore. Some tweak to the skill tree. With like, you know, cheap passes or whatever. Or Crusade Rage. Worth buying cosmetics. Well, that depends on how vain you are. Could be.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. Better than starting from nothing.
Alert. World boss in 12. Yeah, by leveling the characters are really hard, Central. On hardcore you should probably stay away. And come back later. Like, they're really good to farm once you're strong. But they are tough. I'll show the cosmetics in Diablo 3. They were 0.0. Who cares armor here? Second run in a row.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? What's left, you ask?
Chill farming with this build, I gotta say. It's not hard to set up. No. This build is ridiculously strong. So you can get away with like, not this, not this, not this, not this, and you're probably fine anyway. So the only thing you really need is the tempers on your jewelry or restore resource. That's it. I mean, I'm one-tapping T4 levels as it is. So, okay, I give up a ×2, a ×2, ×2, ×2. Sure, you can make this 10 times weaker and I'm basically still killing lair bosses in like 2 seconds or something. World boss, alert. They have fast build for this. I mean, we're doing 90-second pit runs, so this doesn't get much faster. Outside of Sorc and Death Trap or something. I don't think it can get faster anymore. You can't run Inexorable Reaper on this, unfortunately, because your Zephyr has like a 20-second cooldown, and also it's like, it has like some really weird behavior where it's like, it doesn't go straight in a line where you're aiming, it goes to the side, because it does like 5 Zephyrs at once, and it puts you always to the right one. So I tried that to go a bit faster, but it was very uncomfortable. Hope the side is capped again. Okay. Hey, Haydar, thank you for the prime. Yo, congrats Ma for the top 100. What Paragon are you with that? You have total Paragon 6k, maybe in a non-season. And you have 566? And you're in top 100? What the fuck? What tier did you do? Thank you, world boss. Oh, shit, I forgot the world boss. Can I still make it? We care about world boss. Maybe I don't go to world boss anymore. We have so many mythics, I don't need any more mythics, I guess. The season is nuts with mythics, man. Well, Rekka is inviting us. Alright. Okay, now finish this in 30 seconds. Let's see. In 10 seconds the Wrath will be unleashed. I can't do it. Technically safe. Yeah, I'm not worried about being unsafe on a world boss, I think. This should be fine here. Although I do wonder, do I trigger my barrier on the world boss? I don't think I will get my barriers, right? Can you invite again? Yeah, if you do the season rep farm, then you get a lot of effects. I get like 30 sparks at this point from like season rep or something. What? It just TP'd me out of the dungeon for no reason. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so the barrier proc actually works. You get barrier here. Thank you, by the way. But no corpses, I guess? Yeah, there's no corpses. So huge flash does not work. But necrotic fortitude does work. Interesting. What's going on with this goblin? They also seem resilient. Oh shit. We actually got the little wall pants with cooldown GA. Not that we care about the cooldown, I guess, very much. But for cross tendrils, for pushing, this is actually something. This is actually exactly what you want. Drop on a random goblin at the Everrise world boss, man. What? That is insane. I just need to change my fists to boots, and that's it. Hilarious. Actually, is it better? Wait a minute. Is Slither's Wall? No, Slither's Wall is not better than Fist of Fate. They're both 80% damage. There's a bit of armor and then nothing. And here we also have like a hit, attack speed, crit. So Fist is definitely better. Now I can pit push. Yeah, we can actually do like a big push. Maybe I'll do it then on the Necro. I'm trying to get a nice neck. That's maybe the only thing I need, I guess. Ah, why not? I'm in. Thanks for the invite. We have Spiritborn, only a world boss. What to solve? Yeah, Ignilam will probably solve it. When you change world state, it changes to any dungeon. Okay. So good to know, I guess. It is an insane drop here with the Lotus Wall, for sure. Yeah, stay safe. I think it kept me on the laggy server. I have 200 MS. I wonder if it changes now when I TP. All good. It actually keeps me on this server, it seems. What if I go into Kurast? That's the same spirit issues and Ravens and World Boss. Yeah, Igni Lam, you can also remove Purge the Infected. So it doesn't drain your resources all the time from the crits. Just remember to put it back. Yeah, I know when I log out it will return. I was just wondering if it actually returns me when I go into instance, but it doesn't seem so. I'm still on US, yeah. Is there potential use of bandies? Nope. What's going on with Cake and Furious Game? It looks like it has been Omega buffed. I'm not sure about that, Florian. Might be. But I haven't really seen much with Kick. Yeah, Azure is also not really a thing this season. A lot of core skills got buffed. You have the core skill, like Chaos Perks, and Azurath got its double dipping fixed. So I don't think we're gonna see Azurath for a while. Outside of maybe something like Chain Lightning build next season again or something like that. Then it's getting Turians on his Reapers with minion Necro builds. Yeah, I also want to do some Reap builds. I think there could be something there. Since you can benefit from unstable power, you get the guaranteed crit all power all the time, but you're having to do anything. And the fixed pain gorges to work with that now as well, I think.
It is done.
No, that's all of our sigils here. Turns out. Wait, what's going on in this Helltide? Ah, here this is hiding. Okay. Ah, shit. Yeah, let's relock. It's laggy as fuck, holy. Desire. Oh, Mythic Tribute. You can get sparks on the season ramp, you should try to farm those. This is also we get Chaos Armors very well. Best way to farm Opticide. It's probably just Infernal Hordes right now. You get a lot of Opticide from just farming Barb. I'm actually at cap. But I mean, you also farm a lot of Nightmare Dungeons for Chaos Rifts, you get Opticide there. You can also do Strong Rooms if you really want. Opticide cap is 999k. Danke, Autos.
Use it well.
You get 4 Chaos Rift sigils, okay. It's a bit RF-like, I guess, from playstyle. But with single target damage. Incredible, right? This is Dance of the Dead. I strongly doubt the AI produced their music. Like, you know, one of the biggest in that genre. I have to go through some messages and stuff. I have to catch up on a few things. It's kind of tough to do when you're streaming like 15 hours every day. Sorry. How's the music? Yeah, music is a bit loud actually. Okay. You can lower it slightly. And the one that just played was Dance with the Dead. I'm not sure which song, but it's on them. My god, Optuside everywhere. Anyone wants any of that Optuside, guys? Where is the challenge now? Different game. No armor run. We were talking about like a yellow item only challenge. Or something like that. Would be funny. Maybe I'll do something like that later in the season. What do you guys say? I'm also gonna do some pushing, you know, right now I'm still like farming, gearing, trying builds and so on, and yeah, after Tuesday we're gonna do a bunch of stuff on the Spiritborn at least as well, and then we're basically done with all the builds I wanted to make. Friday next week we have the hardcore event, so that's gonna be really cool. But before that, maybe I'll do a bit of like memes or pushing or something. So it's gonna be fun. After gearing everything up and so on.
Have a wee hello, shame that. Bastard below, shining, Vasilly's ghost.
Sick, banish lots. Spearpoint was great. Spearpoint free danger. What are you saying, Ma? That's good, Phoenix. Dude, I have, man. For sure. Look at all the opposite on the ground. What am I gonna do? Is anyone this season actually short on opposite? Is anyone like actively trying to get opposite in the season? Just wondering. When Barb? I did a bunch of Barb earlier. Might do more later. Somehow gold has been a bottleneck. Ah, what a surprise. I mean, I'm setting runes mostly to get gold. And I think my bottleneck would still be gold, even though I got like probably 2 billion in gold sale in rune sales or so at this point. And I have 13k souls. I don't think I'll run out of souls anytime soon. But souls are easy to get at least. $2B or 32? No, 2. I have almost 3 billion. And I've spent, I don't know, Maybe between 3 and 5 so far. Or something.
Like you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead. Think I can manage from here?
Yeah, 5 Chaos Wolves right now. I'm trying to stack up more Barb so I can turn in on the Spiritborn. There's a few more Chaos items I will need on the Spiritborn. I wanna have those ready for Tuesday. And I'll just enjoy the Necro for now. It's kinda chill build to farm. Unlucky. No, we wait. 20 seconds. Oof. Hi, Death Cloud. You only got time for one character, so that is currently the best option. If you wanna go fast and be immortal, you go Sorc. If you wanna be powerful and immortal, you go Druid. And if you wanna be fast and powerful, you go Spiritborn. Good luck. That's pretty cool, Ma, actually. Hi, Chromaticals.
See some steel, you know. My hammer sings on your return.
Actually, I wonder how Ravens will feel when you don't have the Chaos perk. I haven't tried playing Ravens without Chaos perk. Or the core skill stuff, but I guess it might not be that bad to try to like just proc it with the cooldown resets. I wanted to test that before season ends for sure, since I have the Ravens Druid set up. I just log in on Druid and see. I guess I have to have multiple companions on the bar. Maybe something else to trigger lucky hits as a backup. Did I 101 with all the bugs it had? I don't remember what the bugs were. But I mean, Ravens didn't even have the kill of Blackwing, right? So that's like a pretty huge upgrade. The question is like, how comfy is it to farm with that? With the cooldown resets? I mean, okay, Wild Rage, I guess you have to wait for Wild Rage aspect because the double companion casts are going to be kind of important for lucky hits. So after Tuesday I might try this actually. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so aspect is buffed, Kill of Blackwing is new. Should be pretty good. Okay, I have to get a drink and stuff. I'm dying here. BRB.
It is done.
demons are quiet here. Mostly.
Okay. Yoink the dog, guys. We're back.
I forge more than what's left, you ask.
Yo, Atiesh. Thank you for the sub, by the way. My crit, haste, shadow damage values, just a comparison. I'm not sure if they change in combat after this. Merlin is a walking mustache. I like that. The Hurricane Kite vanishing and reappearing was frustrating. Wait, how does it vanish? Don't you trigger it from Nature's Fury anyway? Like, Nature's Fury is like the play now, right? For Dolmen Stone build. You don't need to, like, any cooldown and Hurricane duration anymore and stuff. You just like cast boulders and that's it. Or is that something buggy? Good luck with the 10 energies. It kind of feels good to just like stack up a inventory of Chaos Rift Sigils and just blast them in like an hour or something. Get a lot of juice. And then turn it in, like, you know, just like 1 hour and I have like, I don't know, at least a spark. Like 5, 6 Chaos Armors. Probably more, 8 sometimes. It's pretty good. Mod elixirs for Raven Druid. I was using Advantage, but you can also use the Resource Potion. If you struggle a bit. And then,
I forgot about this.
hmm.
I don't know. Merlin wants to.
Uh-oh. Nah, man, that's not for you. I have Sanja Neo Nair. It is Nature's... When did this happen, actually? The Nature's Fury stuff? Not the prioritize, but the damage buff that it has now. It also has a damage buff, right? So that kind of surprised me when I looked at it. I didn't really know that was a thing. I thought it's still about rocking stuff, and that's it. Like, Nature's Fury in general should be kind of wild now. I wonder if we can make some cool, like, combo builds where we, like, trigger other stuff. Can we do, like, a Stormslide build again? Landslide, and then Giga attack speed, and triggers Lightning Storm, Lightning Strike. That'll be something. Yeah, it's actually one thing holding back the build up a little bit, that the Chaos Armor doesn't work. Yay, Amulet! Okay, this is my 5th Mythic in the wild, guys. Holy. Sonar Shred broke Stone Burst. That was funny. Does it like channel to maximum size? That would be kind of good then. Everything just like, explodes around you.
What's left, you ask?
Can you do this faster on 85? Works on each of Shred's attacks that goes with high attack speed. Interesting. So it's probably like a better Stoneburst build than real Stoneburst. And you go fast with Shred. Sounds kind of nuts, actually. Sounds like I can go real fast with that. And you can guarantee all paths as well everywhere, right? So like, can you go like Banish Lords or something? If you have enough crit, I guess. It's like a nice multi. It's funny. I did enjoy Stoneburst a lot. When was that, season 8 or season 7? I played Stoneburst and Boulder. It was very nice. Another one button build? Yes. Welcome to season 10. Although occasionally, when I'm feeling really fancy, I do press Calls Explosion. You got an escalation sigil. Is it safe to do in hardcore? Yeah, Astaroth is kind of similar to their bosses in difficulty. And the escalation, like tier 3, is maybe similar to like the next Torment. So if you're like in Torment 4, it's like, you know, basically, or like in Torment 3, it's like similar to like Torment 4 maybe. So usually you want to be, you know, a bit more powerful than the current Torment that they're doing, basically, if escalation. Like if you're in Torment 4, you definitely want to have an easy time in Torment 4 before you do escalation. And, you know, like take down the damn bosses in a few seconds or something, and yeah, then you can also do Astaroth pretty fast. Season 10 would be perfect for bots. And yet, trade is dead as fuck. What are you doing?
Take the dog
No.
to feed him. You want him? Okay. You can eat later, man.
Hello.
Yeah, Nini wants to take my dog. But I don't let her. He's looking out from his balcony. Dog napper. What's going on? Are we lagging? Bare minimum Paragon for an efficient push. And usually at 200 you have all the glyphs and all the legendary nodes. And then it starts kind of slowing down in value. 200 is very fast to reach. Something like 250, most classes kind of have like almost all of the nodes, including all of the life nodes and all that stuff. And, you know, like the main defensive stuff that you care about. And then you're kind of fine. And one exception is usually Spiritborn. Spiritborn has by far the best Paragon boards. And all the way to 300 there's like good stuff to take basically. On almost every build. And for Necro it's kind of the reverse. Necro, like, it kind of just stops at 220 or some shit and you have nothing. Corskers don't have a third attack, Winra, so this doesn't apply to them. But you get the damage multi and stuff. think Chaos Ring of Sacrilegious Soul could fit in. I mean, if you want to be kind of lazy, it's a nice way to proc Flesh Eater, some resources, and the, what's it called? Fueled by Death. Fueled by Death plus Flesh Eater is pretty comparable to the damage bonus you would gain from Littlest Wall, for example. So if you have no intentions of ever pressing a Corpse Explosion, then it's a pretty comparable damage upgrade. Plus you get more Shadow Blight procs from all of the Corpse Explosions. But I think that's relatively small compared to the Soul Rifts. Not sure how this will go. Definitely not bad.
Hello, Vassal's ghost. Hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Yeah, not that we really care about grouping stuff with Corpse Generals on his build, to be honest. I mean, he just hit 3 targets if his Soul Rifts all the time, and there's no advantage to grouping them, really. And it hits like almost the entire screen anyway. Also, I want to see my stats, right? So my crit is 85 plus 16. Attack speed is 83. Shadow damage 1031. The enemies on the minimap is Subo. How many medals did I get from Gamba? 1. Was like day 2 actually, or something. Pretty early on. Got a Silic. I got like a mythic pretty much everywhere now, almost. I got 1 from the pit earlier. I got 1 randomly in an Dimension. I got 1 from a Mythic Rift. I got 1 from a barrel. 1 from Gamba. Not much left. A Horde Mythic is missing. There's a legendary power for the third attack of Crushing Hands. Yeah, it's just like a counter of 3 attacks and then it triggers. It doesn't have anything special otherwise. The third attack that Zabazondrik is referring to is to the like the base effect of the basic skills. You know, they have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. They have like a combo. This is not the case for other skills. What's an easy strat actually to play this one-handed? You just put Soul Rift. on a button. The way that you combine the Crushing Hands, Cybersonic and Roll of Kabaleka is you use Evade with Thunder Spike. And then you evade and Thunder Spike triggers, and the third attack will trigger from the Cybersonic, and that resets your Crushing Hands cooldown. So you do evade, Crushing Hands, evade, Crushing Hands. This is how all these core skill builds work. Once you have the Chaos Armors. Miss the time when you can buff Helltide? Yeah, but you can do that. What do you mean? Got Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4. Don't you like your profane mind cages? I just go into settings and set skills to toggle. What? Is that a thing?
Anything else? Farewell. What will it be?
This repeating or chanting skills can be toggled on and off. Yeah, but what is a repeating skill exactly? Let's see what happens. Basics and cores can be set to toggle. What the hell? I've never tried this. Okay, this doesn't work. Yeah, reap? It just reaps. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, it kind of sucks when I can't decide which skill this should affect, right? Like I don't want all of my skills to work like this. But if I want like auto shout, for example. What the fuck? Can you actually stay in the middle of like infernal hordes and just do this, of course, explosion? Legal macros. That's insane, actually. I didn't know that exists. And I'm not sure if I like it. Numlock trick would work better. And the thing is that numlock trick doesn't work while you do other stuff. And this sounds like it would probably work while clicking other stuff. Somehow it seems laggy right now. What's going on here? Toggle lag. Uh-oh. Can I toggle this off again? Everybody uses macro per mouse. Yeah. It's just like another case of deterioration of morals, I guess. It is what it is. I guess at this point they don't really care about like typical macro use. I didn't finish side quests yet, but I think I'm gonna log in later. New top tier skills are kind of nice and synergize as well. Oh yeah, true, there's like the new like skills for every mastery now. Actually I haven't really looked at them at all. Didn't get to unlock any of them yet. I guess if I like unspec my storm stuff, I could like put everything into earth and get them. But I don't want to do that. I mean, look at the pit leaderboards, right? Like everyone is uploading their clears of like turbo macros, like, you know, spamming every skill like 3 times per second. Like, first of all, how the hell did we get here? When this game came out, there was like no advantage to using macros for like anything, man. Because the game was actually designed well. And you had to press buttons situationally. And now everyone is just like face rolling every cooldown with a macro. I don't know, man. Yikes. Dude, I have 5 scrolls on this guy. They say they don't, but it's clear they do. Who's saying they don't use macros? I mean, macros are very easily spotted in basically every single circumstance. All the Death Trap rogues are using macros. Yeah. Yuck. What for, actually? Like, what do you even want to macro? You have Dash, Shadow Step, Death Trap, Caltrop, Smoke. What else? There's like one more button, I guess Concealment or something, but why would you macro that? Like, what are you macroing exactly? Plot twist, it's a helm, or gizmo, or what? Dash, Shadow Imbue, wait, that's Shadow Imbue, okay. True. Boots, oh nice. Of course, boots. Grass. $100. I mean, as long as the macro doesn't give you an actual advantage, it's okay. Like if you macro stuff and you can't be better than someone who doesn't macro stuff, then everything is fine. The problem comes when, you know, you have stuff that you somehow need to spam like 5 times per second to get the most out of it. Then we have a problem, right? Like when you have skills that have no cooldown, no animation, and somehow give you like some sort of buff. Like I had this problem, for example, with VR Wizard in Diablo 3. You know, if you had a macro set up to be exactly, you know, your cooldown plus like 1 millisecond, then you would get more VR stacks than someone who didn't do that. Even if you like try to pay attention to it manually, and also it required a lot of attention to do it manually. Because you constantly had to press a button like every, you know, 0.6 seconds or something. And best case, exactly at that moment. So the macro was an advantage there. It wasn't like a crazy advantage, but you could definitely squeeze out half a tier of damage by macroing that. You can't evade as fast as manually as a free scroll wheel or even regular wheel as on macro. Evade actually has a 28 frame animation, so it's very easy to do that. It's 2 presses per second basically, and like it also queues, right? So it's very easy to do the same speed with or without macro. There is Morgoth. Just start making all of our builds one button to nerf macros. Nice idea. Tried all builds for a bit, enjoy them all, can't decide. Played a campaign for the first time. Well, I did it as a Twisting Blades rogue. That was fun. Yes, Logan, you can. You have infinite resources in this build from Ring Tempers. After ultimate cast, restore resource. They should make Twisting Blades great again. Yeah, they have to slow down the game for that. The game is too fast for something like Twisting Blades to be great. That's the problem. Everyone flies through the game, one-shots the entire screen. I mean, you can also one-shot stuff and fly, but you can't one-shot the entire screen on Twisting Blades. How can I make it great?
All finished, are you?
Many, if not most, top tier builds have like 0 skill rotation, just piano buttons. Yeah, that's a problem, I think. They need to go back closer to like back in season 0 times, basically. Cut back on cooldown, attack speed, stuff like that. Movement speed as well, maybe. I mean, they are slowly going there, maybe, with like resource nerfs this season. Plus masterwork tempo changes might also affect that next season. So you're probably going to see like a relatively big shake up then, and then probably like another one in the expansion. Stat Squish 2.0, yeah, but I mean a real Stat Squish. And it doesn't even have to necessarily be damage numbers. Like, I have them turned off anyway these days for everything, so it doesn't, I don't really care about that at this point. But yeah, the gameplay has kind of deteriorated, I guess. And the gameplay was really good in the early seasons, for like almost every build. And it has just become like a two-phase roll, and I'm not even speaking about the game difficulty, I'm talking about the actual gameplay rotation and how you play a build, right? Like, it's just not as good as it used to be. D4 is turning into D3, like PV2 is turning into PV1. Yeah, it's kind of funny. This build is called Shadow Blight. Yeah, I think it's fine to have one-button builds in this game. But I think it's not fine that every build is a one-button build that just face rolls all the cooldowns on initially on cooldown, right? Like, there is almost no tactical element in any build these days. Like, the most tactical element that I can think of right now is like casting your monkey into an elite pack on a Spiritborn once in a while. If you're not face rolling it anyway. And maybe a Corpse Tendril and a Necro push, but I mean, who pushes? Isn't difficulty and gameplay kind of tied together? Yeah, of course it is. But you can't have difficulty without good gameplay. Just look at hit pushing. I mean, that is exactly that, right? It is difficulty without good gameplay. In most cases. There's a few exceptions. You have to click crazy rage once in a while. Holy. But only if you're not going fast enough. So you already have a problem right there. Eight shadow scales. Dude, I think you're drunk. Yeah, we like purple. Good luck, yeah, good then. Eight, like unlimited. Okay. I mean, of course, if the gameplay is slower, it does mean that it should, you know, slow down the progression or something, right? If you make every pit take 3 minutes instead of 1.5 minutes, then you can also double the rewards. That's fine, you know. But the gameplay is gonna feel better and more fun. You can just incentivize higher tier pits over lower tier pits, for example, right? Right now, you're not incentivized to go high tier pits at all. You can literally level your glyphs to 100, grinding out tier 49. You don't even have to go to Torment 4 to farm a glyph to 100, which is kind of funny. Or to farm Paragon 300. If you do it in tier 49s, it wouldn't take that much longer than, you know, farming like tier 70 or something. So make it slower and keep rewards the same, it's gonna feel bad. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, the making the game slower part is the hard part. Scaling the rewards appropriately is the easy part. So I'm not worried about that, you know? Like, fixing the game, that's the hard part. So when the expansion rolls around, and everything is nerfed into the ground, and we're slower, and so on, you know, then of course they're also gonna rescale the reward system to make it make sense. Playing R-Clash and was at Necro Season 2, what would improving gameplay look like? Oh, R-Clash, huh? I don't know. But at least, like, you know, stuff like Ice Armor or Flame Shield should be like relevant cooldowns, for example, right? Where it's like, okay, you have it ready, you jump into the elite pack and you, like, you know, blast for a few seconds without worry. But then it drops at some point, and now you have to maybe think about, okay, do I want to reposition a bit and not stand in all of the elite effects? You know, assuming that they didn't immediately blow up, of course. Which is kind of the idea of such a system. Like right now you just have perma Ice Armor no matter what on every slog build. But imagine if Ice Armor was actually a cooldown, where you think, okay, 15 seconds cooldown, 5 seconds uptime, there's an elite pack, let's press it, go in. Or even better, imagine you have an elite that actually hurts you, and then you press Ice Armor reactively. I know, unimaginable. But, you know, stay with me for a second. Like a back and forth with an elite pack. Taking blows and reacting with defensive cooldowns. What is this madness?
Hello, shining beauty.
My hammer sings on your return.
I'd rather just press it for damage buff on cooldown. Yes. Like imagine you teleport into the pack with your Arc Lash. Then you press Inferno to pull them together. Then you press Frost Nova to keep them in place. And then if it's like a really juicy elite pack, they come out of your Frost Nova at some point and they're not dead. And then you press an Ice Armor. And then you kill the pack. Sounds like I want to play PoE 2 and not D4. I mean, we used to have D4 like that. And I enjoyed it a lot. Many other people did too, I think. And, well, I do like to play PoE 2, that's for sure. But yeah, PoE 2 does gameplay way better these days. That's just how it is. 2 years ago, D4 could have competed with PoE 2. But now it can't, which is kind of funny when you think about it. In terms of gameplay. Like the combat, I mean. Do my siblings still play RPGs? I do have a brother, but he's not an RPG fan. He's a WoW guy. Age of Empires. He's been playing WoW pretty consistently. With like my group of friends and stuff. Like he used to play it a lot together, all together. But I am not playing WoW anymore. Here and there I've played a bit for the launches. Yeah, it's kind of wild that they made Hordes 2.0 and it did not give us... I'm not sure about the Endless mode, but Endless mode could have been fun if they had made it similar to like D3 Echoing Nightmares. Where it's like an overwhelm mechanic and then monsters just get tankier and tankier. I think that would have been kind of cool as an Endless mode in Infernal Hordes. Just for lulz, or I don't know, maybe could have gotten something there. I'm surprised they just didn't even try to do something like that. This would have been a relatively easy win, I think. I became slightly less of a legion. Wait, why? Bring back Abattoir of Zir. I mean, Abattoir of Zir is the pit, right? It's just there as a boss and instead of 3 Bloodseekers. But there's not really much difference. Ah, when I quit WoW, I became less of a Legion. I don't think that playing WoW is really necessarily very Legion. There's a lot of people that, you know, just are adults, have like an adult life and play a bit of WoW and Raid and whatever, and that's it. Dad gamers. Like my brother is literally dad gamer, playing WoW. I mean, he's a blaster. You know, with the little time he does, but, you know. Dude, fuck the glyph in Abattoir of Zir, man. I never want to see that again. I mean, if you live in a world where you can't easily level your glyphs to 100 like this season, then glyph leveling is somewhat comparable, but at least there's an end to it. Come better the next season too, I guess, right? Number go up slowly. But they also had this whole fiasco where people could like leech XP from others by joining the runs and stuff like that, and oh my god, man. Our glyph. Our level 200 glyph. Oh god. What a joke. I don't think Chaos Armors will stay in the game when Season 10 is over. Nor do I think they should. But I think they could bring back parts of it in some way. I mean, to be fair, AOZ definitely spiced up Season 2. You know, and they brought it like in the middle of the season and stuff like that, and you know, we knew it was coming, and we could prepare for it and whatever. And I remember I was grinding out the Shaco and all that, and then I finally had my mythics, and then the AOZ came, and I was grinding out the glyph to 50, and then I did my T20 push, and I did 300 runs, and then I cleared T20 on a rogue, and I was like, pork, man. And then I looked on a Barb, made a Barb, never played Hoda before, cleared a 20 in 20 minutes, logged out, deleted the character. That was great. Dude, and there's like one fucker from my YouTube chat who still owes me $100 for this. He bet I couldn't do a T20 with no AOZ glyph equipped on Hoda. And I did it in 20 minutes, and this guy never came back. Actual scam. He's one proud man who baited wudijo. I'm sure we can be proud about that. I mean, if anything, I showed a lot of people what is possible. So there's that at least. Imagine a system that can craft any unique as a chaos armor. I mean, I wouldn't mind some system like, okay, there's one slot, let's say amulet, and then there's like, you know, you have like this chaos essence, and you can convert any unique into an amulet or something like that, similar to how you can have any aspect on an amulet. So something like that could be cool, maybe. Amulet would be a pretty appropriate slot for this as well, since it's a very high power level slot in general. So that could be a cool system, maybe. Like, hey, what is your amulet in this build? Like, I want the other unique items. I want unique items to stay unique items, you know? I want them to be recognizable. I want to look at them. And I want to see, okay, this is a perdition. This is a shroud, right? And so on. I don't want anything to just, like, come random chaos shit like we have now. Where I don't even know what it is until I mouse over it. But I think with one slot, that is okay. It's like this special thing. And that could be fun, maybe. You know? And then you make this Chaos Essence, like a rare drop. You can only get it in T4. We call it an Uber boss material system, we call it Hellfire Amulet. Holy. We really cooked with this event rules. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, it's gonna be fun. Hear me out, Primal Augment slot. Instead of Army, you first have to unlock the slot, then found the essence of it, then you can slot an item in, you have an RNG chance to upgrade it to Primal and Chaos. Earring slot when? Infernal Warps have a very important use, besides leveling your perks, Buddha. You get sparks and chaos items from that. Hellfire Torch when? It could be fun. Hellfire Torch is like one of these items to like chase in D2. That's just like a cool chase as well, right? What build is easy to level? Evade, Spiritborn. I think of a lot of people that have never even gotten a Hellfire Torch. Unless they get it traded to them or something. But even just, you know, taking down the Ubers by yourself, for example, it's kind of tough on mini builds.
Cool, that. All finished, are you?
What's still got some good in it?
What's the point of Trample on Ravens? It's just like a backup for Unstoppable if ever Grizzly Rage drops. Or sometimes you can just like go a bit faster with that. And it's something to kill. But you can take it out if you want. I think D4 or PO2 is in a better state. How to say? I think for both games it's actually currently the best season. This was truly a blessed month so far with PoE2 and D4 launch. How do I spam Soul Rift? By playing Season 10 and using this. One thing about item base 44. For crafting, you mean? Yeah, if they ever introduce like a real crafting system, it would make sense to introduce bases for that as well, of some sort. Or, you know, like, I have 300,000 iron chunks and 100,000 weighted crystals and whatever. You know, let me use those materials and, you know, after I've gotten rich with those melts, I can actually just take an item and then, you know, start blasting, right? And, you know, transform it and put some cool stats on it and stats that don't otherwise exist, whatever. So yeah, you can do lots of stuff, but I guess we're not there yet. How do you farm GA stat double passive neck? Pit and Gamba. Or Ascendance, not Radiance Tribute. But that's 50 million per run. A lot of monies. Not bad, Epsilon. Once you realize that you just open the Maxroll map, pick some altars, done with that in 2 hours, level with strongholds, and you're basically over the renown grind. So good luck. Nice to have you on hardcore. Is this game good now? I would say D4 better. Maybe D4 getting there. Unfortunately, that is too long for a character name. Yeah, the stats just give you stats and also all Paragon points in dry steps. You definitely want to take them. Not in the hunter ones. They give nothing. Besides the mount. Is P4 better than PoE2 now in regards to anti-duping? I don't know about any dupes in PoE, so I guess not. But I also haven't heard of any dupes in this season so far, so it seems like they actually fixed it finally. This is a secret lab chair. The lift chair that they made for default launch. Might still have the link for it. Titan Evo.
Use it well.
Yes, sir, stacks. Santan Pit, higher shred. That's pretty decent. I think it has cleared somewhere in the 120 something, but I think 127 or something for shred so far. That's the record. Is the chair signed by the live? Yes. With the blood of humans, of course. Monka. Any beginner class? I don't know, game is generally relatively beginner friendly. Every class has good builds right now. Just, you know, play whichever you think is most suitable for you. You have tons of build guides and game guides on Maxroll, you can check that. Is the endgame better than PoE2? No. You noticed that D4 had better viewership retention on Twitch than last Epoch's last season? I mean, that's not really surprising, I think. Last Epoch got completely fucked by PoE2 release. And last Epoch also doesn't even have like such a large, like, let's say, permanent community, I guess, as D4. Like, a lot of streamers go to last Epoch to play the launch, and then they go back to the main game, which is either D4 or PoE or PoE2 or something. There's not like a lot of people that actually like main LE. $2J Spear and 2J Andariel. Yeah, let me assure you, you did not use up any of your luck. I think the gameplay in LE is alright. I do boss fights relatively well. And like the overall farming is also not bad. But yeah, there's still like just somehow something missing, I guess, right? LE's strength is in the systems, not in the gameplay and the graphics, that's for sure. Nice, okay. How long did it take you? Isn't PoE2 a little overhyped? No, it's not. Hi, Edward. "72 hours. Damn. Well, sounds like I had a blast. What now? Your season of LE exploded because PoE2 0.2 update flopped. Well, it was also like season 2 in LE was just really good, right? Like the Atlas Parser Tree update with the viewer tree, basically. That was just really good stuff. And people had been waiting for like 9 fucking months to get something from LE. So they were hungry. But then yeah, season 3 was both not really like a great advancement for the game. And it got fucked by PoE2 like 5 days later or something, or 6 days later. So yeah, that was like, and the thing is that 1 week before a PoE start, we're already in PoE mode anyway, right? Because we're making builds, patch notes, theory crafting, and whatever. So no one is really taking LE very seriously, I guess. For those that want to move on, do then play PoE because they would already be in PoE mode. Shadow Blight, yes, I'm a wolf. Complete the game in 5 hours. That sounds fun, actually. Yeah, my madness just works no matter what now, basically. So they just didn't update the tooltip, but I changed the item. Now there might still be like procced effects that are not affected by Ramadani. But I know the Dust Devils work. And basically every skill works. Actually I'm gonna ask the Barbs if they know about any effects that don't work with Ramadani now. Let's see what they say. Yeah, Sorc is insane. Crazy build. Took me 3 hours to get all my glyphs from 0 to almost 100. Ah, shit. And he never had more than 1 week of viewership retention. Ah, no, back in Season 1, I was blasting at E like an entire month, I think. And in Season 2 as well, I blasted like a while at least. Like, it was going really well at some points, but, you know, Season 0, I think, was like the longest time I blasted, because it was like a whole month I was blasting at E or something, and it was going really well. Because they had like the perfect timing, and the big 1.0 launch, and it just worked out. It's kind of funny because, you know, 1.0 wasn't even like a very big update, actually, right? In the... I mean, okay, I think they introduced the factions. They like 2 masteries and a bunch of small stuff, basically. But compared to, like, you know, an actual, like, big game launch or so, it wasn't really like a massive change from the previous game. Which is kind of funny. But the 1.0 launch was so big. The same is gonna happen with PoE 2 as well, I guess. Especially with it going free to play, it's gonna be nuts. What's the best way to level out to 60 without the help of another person? That's Whisper Gashes. How many catches to hit 60? I think it's 27. Usually I don't do all of those, because that's a bit of a waste. You can do like 10, and then strongholds. Strongholds are usually what you do from leveling level 50 to 60. So with like 10 caches or so, you get to 50-ish. And then you do strongholds, and that can be done in like 45 minutes or something, and you're 60. You can also like just run through Helltide. If you have like, you know, twink gear aspects and whatever, I can just go Penitent Helltide. It's pretty juicy. It's probably even faster than strongholds at this point. Half an hour, 50 to 60. It's faster than farming like 15 caches or something. Plus you don't lose out on the value of actually opening caches at level 60. Because they're juicier when you open them on a max level character.
It is done.
Open caches until you get to 35 to wear mythics. Yeah, level 35 is 4 caches. And then level 50-ish is it's like 10, I think. 10, 11 or something like that is like 50. Which is kind of like a nice, you know, boost. Because then you can already get like pretty high level loot and it's just gonna, you know, make your gear once and then blast all the way to 60 easily. But if you have mythics lying around, it's gonna be easy anyway. Especially if one of them is a weapon. Soon I'll be 300. And we're halfway now. Almost exactly. What's then? Then we have beaten the game. Sorry. Then we can play the game. Finally. Showing some high pit and sucking XP sounds faster and more lazy. Yeah, it is faster and more lazy. I mean, okay. Technically, not necessarily faster. If you exclude the preparation time, then you just make an alt, click all your caches, and boom, you're 60. But of course, getting 27 caches to go straight to 60 is quite a while. That will take it like probably roughly an hour or 1.5 hours of prep to get 27 caches. Ended up over like a longer period where you just go for like good whispers all the time, right? But yeah, like a whisper cache can probably be earned in like 2 to 3 minutes on average if you're fast. By just completing the good stuff. Maybe it's more like 2 hours prep. Definitely takes a bit. How many stars do I have at 300? This doesn't go by character, it's shared between the characters. So the answer is 0. Although I did farm 300 in Season 6 and almost 300 again in Softcore Season 6. Back then. Hi, Carrix. Do I recommend the gloves up to 100? Yeah, I mean it's very easy this season on many builds. And it's free real estate. If you temper rare Grizzly Restoration and find a legendary one, will it roll the legendary? Or do you have to get a new item? No, you can just temper over it, but you risk breaking it if you don't have temper items left. So if it's a very good item, then I would wait for the recipe. But if it's like a throwaway item, just do it. And if you want to leech XP from someone in a pit, you also have to find someone who wants to let you leech, right? And then you have to deal with the fact that you didn't really accomplish leveling a character yourself. But if you can deal with that, I guess that's fine. $89 scrolls. What a travesty. Luck? Ah.
What's still got some good in it?
Hello, Vasily. Not a bad. Hello, Vasily's ghost. Hello, shining beauty.
Nice Bass. How's it going? I'm just still farming a bit right now. I'm checking some stuff meanwhile. Rake is a favorite build even of a Heartseeker rogue. Yeah, Rake seems kind of interesting this season as well with the Giga clear that it has. And it's super powerful. Oh. What, man? Yeah, I'm having a blast this season too. Pretty fun so far.
That's the spirit. What's left, you ask?
Fastest way to get chaos perks. You get them from the season rep track. And then the unique ones are from Bartok in Infernal Hordes. That you get them just all really fast. I don't use Crown of Lucian on the Barb, because my build is based on Dust Devils. Dust Devils are not skills that can spend resources. Crown of Lucian only works for skills that can spend resources. So it's not very useful. But there's other builds where you run that. For example, the Hoda build that I'm planning to play is going to run Crown of Lucian. I'd be very surprised if that does affect the background of Lucian. I can test it. I'm gonna try it later. But I doubt it works. That'll be something new. Crown of Lucian is usually only for skills and not for procs. But who knows in this game. Need to keep an iron alive? No, I can just get a bit of resource cost reduction. Resource potion. Resource cost on the weapon. Starless. Skulls in your gear. It's gonna be okay. Need to check if I have the slot for it though. Because we have Fist of Fate already. And then the Hungry Bastard. And the Battle Frenzy. I mean, there's not really a slot really that I have open that I can really like fit. It's almost the same actually. But nice, I can put it on another character, I guess. What are you fighting for? I'm just trying to stack up some Infernal Warp again. Otherwise, find my glyphs and some Paragon. I'm getting closer and closer to 300, so maybe I'll finish the 300. Of all the builds I have prepared right now, it's basically just Dance of Knives I want to play still. And that would also be a good build to play for like some Paragon farm. And then it's like a lot of Spiritborn stuff after Tuesday, Hoda after Tuesday. And maybe some Reap Necromancer action. Really? Does Dance of Knives still have some issues with like the tight corners and stuff like that? I thought it was fixed mostly. Yeah, we'll see when I play it, how it feels. You have to open the door in 9 minutes. I can use Force Interact with that actually. Do not stop channeling. It's not that bad. I have to like aim at it and click it fast so that you don't actually get stuck there and then lose your charges because you have to keep moving for that. And your hit and run perk. Obelisk and a Rotting Lightbringer and Petrify over Bear. Yeah, Basilisk is not... Basilisk is not really an item. If you want, you can play Petrify, and then, you know, you reset it with your Pulp cast, with yours on Horror, get a bit of cooldown reduction, and you can kind of spam it. But you don't need Basilisk for anything. Basilisk doesn't really help you, I think. Is Umbra Crux still a thing? Even on Rogue? No. I don't really use that item. It's kinda dead. It could still be useful when you need like more targets, I guess. Like Penshot, you get an extra target, and like Barrage, you can like ricochet off it and stuff like that. So that's also what is used for in the past. But you have better options these days, especially with Shadow Clone being very important. You usually have like Shadow Clone Tempers and Core Skill Tempers together, and then you can't really give up a weapon slot for that. An idea for that is nice. You don't need charges, start at 0 and 6 is max. The more charges you have, the longer you spin and the more damage you do. Like a ramp up. Yeah, I mean, that could be kind of nice so that you ensure that you have a bit of a good boss damage, right? You do like debuffs, count drops, whatever, and then spin and repeat. Or something like that. Could be fun. Yeah, I think in general, Dance and Ice needs a bit of a redesign. Probably with the expansion, I guess. I don't think they're gonna do anything now. They've been trying to make it a bit more smooth and stuff. I'll go to main Necro. It's pretty good. Maybe I'll set up my Dance and Ice later or tomorrow. Kind of vibing on a Necro right now, I gotta say. This is very chill. And I enjoy this. So maybe tomorrow, Dance and Ice. Let's see how it goes.
on your return.
Wow, very motivational. Nice. Was sure gonna watch me struggle. I don't know. Ava was very adamant that it's a smooth ride. A-phone vibing all day with Dancer Knives. So we'll see. I mean, I've played it in Season 6 a lot. And it was pretty good back then. But I played it with like less perma-shelling and more shadow stepping, dashing and so on. So I wasn't really like suffering from like these problems with high turns or something because I was just like dashing and stuff. I guess now it's more like holding right click. But we'll see. Okay, let me check real quick here. What is this? I answered it earlier, Sufferer. I just saw this again. Oh, what is that? The chance on a board on a Sorc and open on a Spiritborn, will you get Spiritborn? Ah, this question. Yeah, you get whatever you open on. It doesn't actually remember which class it was. What build uses Offer Maker? There's like this basic attack build with Heartseeker and Forcer Arrow. That's like the highest pushing rogue build. Rapid Fire, and then like common point versions of Barrage and End Shot. That will probably be like the highest pushing versions of those builds too. I'm not sure about Rain of Arrows. Maybe Rain of Arrows as well, actually. So basically all of the range builds can probably run it.
caught. Return soon. What's left, you ask?
This is WSD movement right now. Sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. In combat, usually I don't though. So right now I use False Move, for example. Or sometimes a combo of WSD and False Move. Like this build is actually kind of good for WSD, I guess. When I use it, like now I can run like this, and it's pretty chill. Because you don't really have to aim and position very precisely. But it's a bit inconvenient when you do like all these teleports all the time. Yeah, you can do WSD and then click. You can like use it interchangeably. Like here I can do WSD and then move with mouse. So sometimes I go back and forth a bit.
Hello, shining beauty.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
A free bow in the shop. I think I claimed that already, also a new one. I think it was like a crossbow or something. My shop is always like busy.
Greetings, traveler. Behold the marvelous tales I have to offer.
No, I have this. It's a dagger? That looks pretty cool actually. Okay. I'll take it.
It calls to you.
No, no bow, but that was good. How's the season been so far? Really good. Best season, I think. I cannot read that language. Oyematka. Whatever. Fastest class is speedrunning 90-ish. It's probably Death Trap Rogue actually right now. That seems to be really fast. Once you have the full build. But there's plenty of like, good stuff like sub 90 seconds. Ravens can do that easily. This build. There's maybe some stuff on Spiritborn as well. Like crushing hand evade stuff or something. Break evade. They can probably do that. Or just pure evade even, potentially. I'm not sure if we can get to 90 though with the evade. Yeah, just Sorc, ball lightning Sorc probably. Although 90 might be a bit high. You're 2 under armor cap, that's fine. I'm not sure if there's like some rounding going on, but it says 85% anyway, so I think that's okay. How to test that. Hi Bogu. What do you need the expansion for? It unlocks one more region, one more class, runes, mercenaries, the campaign, 2 skill points, 4 Paragon points. A few bosses and like some stuff you can farm. Generally, you can play the game even without having the expansion. You can even play this a seasonal character, and you're gonna be kind of okay, but you will be weaker. So once you realize you want to continue playing the game a lot, you should probably get the expansion. Death started 2 armor gap. Oh my god. Yeah, gonna be a minute. Well, I mean, if you have a build like the Death Star, I think you're good, you know? I think you're good. Love it. BMB. Okay, we're back, guys. We would love to play a Star Wars ARPG. Blasting with a lightsaber. That sounds fun, actually. Lightsabers are not really a thing in any game, right? There's like this energy blade in PoE 1, but it doesn't really feel that way. It's mostly just a buff. But how am I getting so many scrolls on this guy? Insane, this Necro. Scrolls everywhere. World boss in 7. Alert. Thanks, Ma. Good luck stuff with the Razor Wings, by the way. All caches to 35 and 27 to 60. Like 10 to 50 or something. I'm not sure exactly, 4 to 50. Already know a pleasure up like a hit to deal a cold actually procs. There's no like direct indicator besides the damage number itself, I guess. I don't think there's a visual for it. But if you make an Azure Wrath based build, then Azure Wrath will be all of your damage, and then you'll understand how often it triggers, I guess. And usually to trigger Azure Wrath, you use something like Barrage, or Penshot, or Chain Lightning. And then these skills have like no investment in them. You don't go for core skill damage or aspects or skill ranks. You just have like a rank 1 Barrage. And you start blasting. So your Barrage will not do any damage, it will be all the Azure Wrath basically. And then you can quite clearly see how it triggers.
All finished, are you?
Dude, I'm having a blast farming whispers. You just go around from content to content, whatever has like a 5 whisper on it that is quick to complete. Oh, there's a Helltide. Okay, go to Blood Maiden and some rifts. Oh, there's an Nightmare Dungeon. Sure. Oh, that's an Undercity. Sure. Like, it's super fun actually doing that. Yeah, I need to look that up. What is a Bologna sandwich? Looks like a pretty standard sandwich to me. Is there something special? A flat hot dog. Oh, interesting. Very good season, Terrandroid. Game points is, well, master working is being changed next season. That is still as it was. Tempering is also getting changed next season, and a bunch of other stuff is getting like it's gonna be a big overhaul season, it seems. But yeah, lots of good updates since expansion anyway. This season is amazing.
See some steel you need?
Hello, shining.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Figure that.
It is done.
All finished, are you?
It's paid 86. I'm Paragon 284. More than halfway to the 300. Holy. Yes. It's probably something like, say, 75 pits on average per level, times 16. So it's like 1150 pits-ish. Let's say 1200 pits left. Let's say 2 minutes each. That's 2400 minutes. So 40 hours. Yeah, that checks out exactly. We've made this game a real grind. Yet it took 6.5 hours from season start to farm Torment 4. For me. A real grind. My favorite build so far is Razor Wings. And PoE2 will be after PoE1, so like early November I think. I'm gonna play some PoE2 again. We still got some unfinished business. Hardcore SF Simulacrum T3 needs to happen. Got to wave 14 last time. So close. Good luck, Queenie. Wait. What is going on there? A lot of food at this time of night. Well, deal with it. I see. Good luck. I'll be here for a few more hours, I think. Imagine fat Woody. Not gonna happen. Should take my Druid though. That's good. Yeah, I can ask for trade in chat, it's fine. It is in Carrigar. Hey Katze, how's it going? Jumpy Necro, yeah, we have teleport here. We're actually going pretty fast for Necro standards. It's a fun build. When the season started, I thought hordes were rare. You mean like lair bosses? Hand sanitizer? I mean like infernal hordes. Dude, I have like 400 horde keys or some shit. Like it's ridiculous. I don't know why we get so many. It just keeps going up indeed. Horde with an RDE, I guess that's what you mean, sanitizer. Kind of funny how this cliff map that we had in floor 1, the canyon map, is always like the best for pushing, but it's like so bad for farming, man. I never get a good time here. Like this one is like 1 minute slower than my typical. I think the strat is you just like get to like 50% and then just go in the exit. It just always works better, I think. Lair boss horde. Uh-oh. Nah, I reversed it too, guys. What I said is wrong. But imagine a lair boss horde. Now that I think about it. That could be fun. Need like some boss gauntlet kind of system. Half the people in Discord spell it horde. Oh my god. Wait, the question is which Discord? It's a very important question. Good luck, Optimus. Yeah, my favorite build so far is Razor Wings. Super fun build this season, I think. Definitely gonna play some more of it. Just like load up some pits and start blasting. Load up my glyphs. I'm gonna get all the glyphs to 100 here, we get pretty close. You have like 97. I think you have 100 and then 4 times 97. So I'll just keep grinding these 60% ups. It's gonna be soon. I could go higher, I can even farm 99s. Just finish the glyphs in like 15 minutes. Not even much slower on 99. It's like 2.5 minute run. Kinda insane this build. I think both builds are really fun, nothing. I played Flurry, Heartseeker last season. Both are good. So it depends on if you want to do melee and range. Flurry is very like zippy. Like just like fly around basically with the dash. Is this Sennheiser? Yes. PC 360. Unfortunately not produced anymore, as far as I know. I tried to get a replacement for this because it's like falling apart. But yeah, they don't have that model anymore, apparently. And I'm not sure if there's like a clear successor to it. But yeah, I'll keep using this thing until it falls apart completely. How does it take to farm the 23k warps? I can do it in like an hour or so. Maybe 1.5. If you have like a good Helltide going and then 9 dungeon Chaos Rifts, it's pretty fast. Like in a single dungeon, if you get one of the buffs, which happens probably something like once per dungeon on average, you get like 2k, 2.5k. And also when you turn in the 23k, you get like 2k back roughly from the red board. So you have like a 10% refund kind of. Assassin's Stride and Tailor Flurry, super fun. Yeah, it makes it a mobility skill, so you can get the Perma Shadow Imbue, right? But I think it doesn't work for the Shadow Clone, and the Shadow Clone is doing most of the damage in the Flurry build. With the like imbuement perk from the season powers. And I mean, the Assassin's Stride doesn't really offer much. I guess there's a bunch of ranks to mobility skills, which is kinda nice. The imbuement gives you a bit of crit and the non-fizz, sure. Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of perks there, but I think this will be something for like not Chaos season. Yeah, what I like about these headphones here is that they're not actually leather. This is like, you know, it's just like discussion. I don't really like the leather on like the headphone, like earbuds or whatever. Yeah, sounds good, Amian. Amlin. I was creating all the Dust Devils, Fierce Wind aspect, and Deafening Chorus perk. And then chance to cast Dust Devils twice or something as a weapon temper. There's a cap of 15 Dust Devils. You get 9 every time all the shouts trigger. You need all the 3 shouts. And then they get doubled from the temper, and then you have a cap of 15 basically every time it spawns.
Greetings. How shall I guide my... I'll keep my forge hot.
Yeah, Pit is basically a creator of blight. Doesn't have an official leaderboard, but an unofficial one. But we are getting leaderboards, well, at some point, they said. So, soon TM. So what exactly is the problem, Aradoc? I'm using 3 shouts, Deafening Chorus, and Dust Devil cast twice and Fierce Wind aspect. Then you should get exactly what I get. Now there's one more thing, which is you can do the weapon swapping. Every time you weapon swap, you spawn new Dust Devils with the shouts. So you can do like left click, right click. That's what I do on bosses, for example. I have my Whirlwind on the mace and my lunge on the sword. And I left click, right click. Crazy, no leaderboard after 3 years. Well, actually... been 2 years and 4 months. And we did have leaderboards for a while in this game. But they were deleted after 3 seasons. Well, 3.5 seasons actually. Because they deleted the associated system that had those leaderboards when the expansion launched. But they were in the game for a while. Banger. We're gonna up this.
Hello, shame that. Hello, Basilisk Ghost. Hello, shining beauty.
My hammer sings on your return.
Gold Club is 100 billion. Good luck. So you say that you spawn the Dusters, but not as many as me, or what, Aradog? Okay, find another nice banger. This one was nice. We have maybe some other Dust Devil aspects that might be interfering or something. Just go Fierce Wind only. The free shouts, deafening chorus. I mean, that just kind of does it. There's not really much to it. Box Gamer. Xbox Gamer. Thank you. And the only way to spend energy on Dance and Ice Rogue is with Quacks. You use like Ahu Quacks rune usually. And this triggers it. And then you get Second Wind and Preparation procs stuff. Actually, it might not run Preparation, I'm not sure. I do run inner side, I guess, because of the true side aspect. I guess I have enough cooldown for... Actually, there's no alternate. This is why. So easy clap. Oh. Arcbright.
Better than starting
Almost perfect. Plus 2%. Insane. Anything else? I got this here at some point. We also got this here at some point. Nice. Got a bunch of upgrades. Oh. Fire is very little damage, but I guess you can do that if you don't want to do the potion stuff. You don't really need an introduction. The additive is almost worthless, so it's just like the legendary effect. That's pretty minor, I think, for IR. Even if you chuck like 3 potions, you're already better off or something.
Let's go.
Marshall doesn't trigger from the Para shouts. That would be sick. Then he would just get all the cooldowns all the time. There's really not a lot of good glyphs on a Barb. I used the Imbiber. Razor is a very good build for hardcore, yes. I played it. I mean, I play all of my builds in hardcore, so... Yeah, Flurry feels really good right now. I agree. I had a ton of fun with that. That's a lot of life. 150k? Suggestions for the game? I guess official forums. I don't know how much the devs really read those, but I mean, otherwise you can also like discuss stuff with me if you want, because I get to talk to the devs quite often.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Keep Chaos for Eternal, but cap it on 2 equipped. I could get behind Chaos Armorers if there's like only Helm and Chest slot, because it is actually a very competitive slot. But I would still like to see something more interesting than just, oh, you find a Chaos item, now you equip it. You know? I was discussing this earlier, how about maybe your amulet can become any Chaos item of your choosing, so you can just put any unique you want on your neck. Similar how you can put any aspect you want on your neck. Neck is a very competitive slot as well. And then it's like an item to convert an item into chaos or something. And then it's an amulet. Chaos armor changed the game flow. Yeah, I mean, you can preserve that, right? You can make other stuff that you can only farm and not buy, or whatever, you know. That is not a reason why chaos armor should stay, I think. That is something that is easily done in other ways. I think the new expansion will be better than Vessel. I mean, the bar is not exactly very high, so the answer is yes. And also, I've seen the future. And the answer is yes. Back to back. When you played Vortex on your shout, Dust Devil Barb, what rune would be the best? Wow. I mean, Offering Generation is just awful on this build, man. You're not gonna get shit for Vortex. I would suggest just put fucking boots with Grasping Whirlwind. I actually have Grasping Whirlwind on my neck. I don't seem that excited. Well, then wait until I am allowed to be excited. Ran 30 under cities and haven't gotten an Ohm rune. Oh, poor child. Yeah, there's no target farming of runes. I suggested to the devs at some point that they should make some sort of like rune and also mythic drop affinity for the bosses maybe. Like Andariel drops Andariel's Visage and, you know, Duriel drops, I don't know what, Shaco and so on more often. And the same with runes, you know, give them all like a handful of runes that they drop like, you know, with triple the chance or something. I think something like that could be kinda cool. But so far this has not happened, so I don't know. I'll get a teleport with my Enigma. It's the rune. If you found Chaos Armor for the first time, would you use it? Well, if it's a useful item, but not all of them are. But if you're Paragon 60, the chances are pretty high it's something that you want to equip for now. Even if it's a trash item. Thanks, Emil, for the 5 months. Did I ever get the boots I want? Actually, I do have the boots. They just dropped at some point. So yeah, I have the full combo. I'm gonna do like a real push on the Soul Rift, I guess. Especially because the boss damage is very good on this build. It's gonna be kinda fun. So I'm not gonna have these like 8-minute boss fights. opinion about Druid's Raven build is login. Okay, 4 glyphs at 99. Let's go. Third outside farm, 2 hordes this season. Because you need chaos armors anyway, so just farm Bartok. And then open the chest at the end. Usually I open the Bartok, then the 400 chest, and then the material chest. And I have fucking Optusite cap. So after making like 10 builds now. Bartok gives you... next season, Bartok gives you... I'm not sure if he has like special unique drops. I think he has like a drop table like other lab bosses. So he's just like juicy basically. Bartok is just generally juicy. So you always want to do Bartok anyway if you can. You know, there's like a pretty clear hierarchy. First Bartok, then the 400 chest, and then either the material or gold chest with the rest. So they definitely made it so that he wanted to do it anyway. It's just that, you know, Infernal Horse is not gonna be extra rewarding. With the Chaos Armors. You know, we farm them for Chaos Armors as well. There is an auto-side cap, yeah, 999k. In the past, people used to farm that. And there's a fun little interaction, which I think to this day has not been fixed. Which is when you salvage a masterworked item, and you have Optusite cap, the Optusite will drop on the ground and your party members can pick it up. So that's how they were selling Optusite to people. So like on RMT sites and stuff, you could find Optusite. I mean, this season it doesn't really matter because everyone has like Optusite out their ass basically. But in the past that was a thing actually. Yeah, I mean it's like a really what the fuck moment, but that's how it works apparently. Really good Infernal Horde compasses. 2 Hell Tides. Gives you plenty. Clever technology. Yeah. Currently wowing a lot. I heard the Midnight expansion looks pretty good. There were like some announcements lately and stuff. And also this Legion remix is coming. Legion was super fun. Apparently we get housing. I mean, that was like teased like a long time ago now. I liked Warlords of Draenor as well. I think Warlords of Draenor was mostly disliked because it didn't have that much content. They didn't release like stuff very quickly. And I think there was also like one less raid than normal or something. But I actually had a good time in Warlords of Draenor. There's also when they introduced the raid finder. Or like the group finder tool. I used that a lot, it was fun. Did they actually skip Warlords of Draenor remakes? Because I heard about the MOP thing that was like not too long ago, and now they're doing Legion, so they just skip Warlords? Or what? This Necro build is called Shadow Blight. Song is called Black Death. Aurochs. Hi, Midart. I'm a big Mythic Plus enjoyer myself. I played Legion a lot because of Mythic Plus. We were going ham. I was actually the #1 ranked rogue for quite a while early in Legion. Oh, 100. Let's get him Glyph up, I guess. We can't do that solo, but why do you want to play WoW only solo? It's a fun game with people. It's kind of what it's made for. You've got a perfect Shattered Spirit aspect. Tempting, actually. Yeah, I feel like WoW is really a game that, okay, I can do all stuff solo and it's also fun, but it's even more fun when you don't necessarily always just have to play in a group together, but you know, you have like your group of friends and they're all playing the the new expansion, and you know, you see them progressing and you progress as well, and then maybe you come together and do like some dungeons and stuff. And that's kind of the fun part, I think. That's a big Shaco we got there. Which builds run it? Some Spiritborn stuff can do it. Some Sorc stuff. Sorcs especially like Shaco. Other classes, not much these days. There's pretty big helms out there. I mean, it can be like a nice starter item on many builds, or like a very comfy like T4 item because of all the cooldown and stuff. You can throw it on a bunch of builds and just like have giga cooldown and you're chilling. It's not the worst, since the power level is very high this season. You can farm runes in Undercity with Harmony Tributes and Puzzlers.
My hammer sings on your return.
Oh shit. Apparently Boiler figured out what's wrong with Pulverize and the puddles and the shockwave aspect. It's a very funny bug. What the hell? I'm trying to understand how it works exactly. But we had this weird shockwave incident in the community challenge. Wudijo. Not exactly useless, but you're gonna replace that with Chaos Armor later. Heronic Strongwinds are basically only good for the side. I wouldn't run them this season. Like in another season where you don't farm that much hordes, yeah, fine. But right now, not really. Especially if you're capped on the side. There's no point. Oops. It has sent kelp. Been launched is almost 2.5 years now. This is season 10. Still use Andari in any of my builds? Nope. I can give you the Andari Spiritborn planner from last season if you want. You really want to play an Andari build. It's like alright. Time flies indeed. I'm not looking more at the minimap or the actual character. That depends a little bit. When I'm speedrunning like this, it's a lot of minimap. But I also look at the screen. Have I played Rimworld? No. Yeah, I think season 10 is the best season so far. It's a very good season. Should I pick out the Druid Spirit Offerings? Yeah, you need them. I think you need 400 to get all of the bonuses on the quest, if you have never done a quest.
Excellent.
Yeah, the offerings will stop dropping when you have done everything. Oops. Blasting Soul Spires on 2. Dude, that's gonna be good actually. Soul Spires are actually pretty good when you get a bunch of these upgrades. And when they're not fucking annoying anymore. And you actually progress the bar when you destroy them. I think Soul Spires is gonna be one of the top strats actually in the future. Back for the Circle B, they didn't say. But probably got big enough, I imagine. Plus they will spawn monsters. I didn't find Flurry very risky in hardcore. I was wondering if the Bulwark rune and I'm chilling. Is it possible for Boiling so to get one attack, reset, evade? What? Wait, where's that message? Oh, I saw that now. Sorry, Zephyr, I missed that earlier. Yeah, it's very easy actually this season. You get one cast resets with Flicker Step and the boots. I have that as well on my Sorc. Makes it super easy to achieve. You just get a Flicker Step and start blasting basically. This build has a Maxroll guide from Maxroll, yes. Okay, without Flicker and without Chakra, I don't think you're gonna get there. Usually it's pretty tight when you have just a normal pair of boots and need a lot of cooldown. I mean, 4 extra ranks from Shaco is also nice for something like ball lighting because of the advanced techniques. Why is my essence not decreasing? There's a resource restore temper for ultimate casts.
Not sure you even needed me.
We should turn in our rep. It's been a while. Oh. Cliff. I don't think I need any more chaos items on this Necro. So I'm gonna save everything for the Spiritborn. I'm gonna look at all this other side.
I'll take it.
Interesting, it didn't drop any like white and blue items here. Really?
This must have belonged.
Poor guy is at it again. Disrupting.
Wait, what? This chest is already opened. I can't open this. What the fuck? And here's items. What is going on? Red crystals you can farm from legions. Shadow Blight build. Crytastic. This is insane. It's very easy to set up too.
It is done.
I'm playing the variant that is in the planner as the open variant when you click it. I altered it a little bit from the original. Oh my god, Yobbles. Sure, let's get it. Patch notes say nothing about those goddamn sorcerers.
Go one more?
What should I say? Sorcerers not allowed in Helltide. What guide for beginners? I'm not sure what's the best Necro leveling build. Probably minions. So if you go to Maxroll, minion leveling guide, and then work towards Shadow Blight endgame. Those two I recommend. I saw my soul fills out the entire soul spiral. Perfect. Little Wall gives you 80% extra damage when it's implicit. This is why it's good. Plus a bit of armor. Holy hazards. This build is Shadow Blight. Yeah, it is weird that they didn't mention Mana Shield. I was also expecting there would be like a fix or something, but I guess not. Yeah, that's the best one, Heartseeker. Can't do that thing now. Someone else just did it. Okay. Someone in my hell tide? Farming my stuff? Holy. Yeah, this is a Shadow Blight from the Maxroll guide. I just did a few tweaks. You can see that in the planner. There's some notes. If you click on that link there.
It is done.
40 hours, Sorc, not a single Chaos, Iris, Pants, or Glove. Oof. But do you have one at all? And getting exactly the right slots can be tough. When it's like a specific item in the right slot. I also played some of my builds with like not really the optimal setup. I think I'm gonna finish my Flurry Rogue without ever getting like a Death Mask. But it is what it is. Won't I get bored playing 12 hours already? No, actually. I'm having a blast this season. Tons of fun builds right now. And I'm still progressing, getting some stuff done and like testing and so on. I mean, okay, I'm not testing much on this Necro, this is kind of figure out now. But it's just fun. That's my current favorite ARPG, or main. I have two main ARPGs, which are B4 and PoE 2. Maybe slightly leaning towards B4 right now. What about Grim Dawn? I haven't actually played that. When the expansion comes out, I guess that's gonna be like some hype around it, and I'm probably gonna try it then.